We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs after school. We're here to do HackerFrogs free hacking. We're hacking all the things. So what are we going to be doing today? So the day's Monday, and if you ever want to take a look at what we're doing on the HackerFrogs live stream, we've got a Reddit over here that typically publishes the schedules for each one of the weeks. So we're on week 3 of 2026. It already feels like it's been several months into 2026, but it's only the 3rd week. Well, what's going on? So it's Linux Monday, and we're going to be doing 4 topics today. So the first topic is going to be our warm-up topic, which is gaming. We're going to be playing a little puzzle game called Void Stranger, and that's going to be the first hour. In the second hour, we're going to be doing a demonstration of a CTF challenge, a little bit of Linux hacking involving some web apps. So it's going to be EchoCTF Network, EchoCTF BR Network, Butler. So we're going to be doing that in the second hour. In the third hour, we're going to be doing, well, we're going to be learning. We're going to go back to school. We're going to go back to W3 schools. Well, maybe not. Maybe we're going to be doing Codecademy, and we're going to be learning about some Node.js. JavaScript is something I know very little about, but as a person who wants to get better at web app hacking, I should probably know JavaScript better, and what better way to learn than to learn about a backend framework like Node.js. And Rel Nano, hello, nice to see you here, nice and bright and early. And yeah, so the last thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking a look at hacking IoT devices. So IoT devices usually use a little protocol called MQTT, and we're going to be taking a look at that. In our last topic, it's going to be TryHackMe bugged. So please look forward to that in the 4th and 5th hours. But anyways, let's get into the first topic. Hey, CJ Web Design, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're going to put, I don't know, 110 minutes, so like an hour and 10 minutes on the clock for our warm-up topic, which is the which is our puzzle game. So the puzzle game is called Void Stranger. It's a well, I hear it's going to be a very long game. I actually want to finish this game because it's got a lot of those puzzly mechanics I really like. And Serpentor, hey, nice to see you here. Good evening all the way from NYC. NYC, it's got to be the, well, it's got to be like dinner time over there. It's like 6 p.m., I'm assuming. And all right, let's go ahead and get that started. Oh, that's way too many minutes. Hold on, I need to reset my timer. Stop. We want to do 70 minutes, not 110 minutes. Never mind. Hold on, 70 minutes. I did my math a little bit inaccurately there. Okay, let's do that. So 70 minutes. Let's see. Anyways, let's start. I will bring up the game. Where is that thing? Okay, and you should. Looking for a game to capture. It didn't pick it up. Hold on. Let's see if it can pick it up. Yeah, it's picking up now. Okay, great. All right, so we're just going to be playing a little game as our warm-up, and for the next hour and 9 minutes or so. Let's go ahead and do that. Oh, exactly 6 p.m. Right, you must be on the East Coast as well, whether or not it's New York or somewhere else. Okay, so let's see. I thought we were doing the Farmers Replaced. Oh, the Farmers Replaced is going to be next stream. So the Wednesday stream, we're going to be doing Farmers Replaced. So yeah, look forward to that on Wednesday. Okay, it's midnight in Germany. Ronano, I didn't know that you were in Germany. Guten Nacht? Guten Nacht, right? That's how you say it, right? Anyways, let's go ahead and get started into our puzzle game. Pump up the volume a bit. All right, let's get back to it. All right, so in this level, we need to trick this monkey into stepping on the button over here. So if we step on the button, the staircase opens up. Our goal is to get to the staircase. So I think I'll trick the monkey into going this way. Then I will pick this up and the monkey will come over here. And then I will trick the monkey into going down. Uh-oh. I think I didn't do this correctly. Okay, the monkey comes this way. Monkey comes downwards. Put this back. And then I put this here. And then when the monkey comes, it'll click the button, and then I can get to the staircase. Ronana says, "Good Nacht, yes. More emphasis on the H, so not knocked, but Nacht. Nacht. Good Nacht. Is that how you do it? Give me some pointers, because I don't speak German. But I think German is a pretty cool language. Anyways, next level. Alright, so we want to pick up these treasure chests when we can. And, how do we want to do this? Okay, yes, real good. Thank you, thank you. Saint Advice, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? We're just doing our little puzzle game warm-up. We're just trying to figure out how we can maneuver around without getting caught by this monkey. So if I... So the monkeys... Whoops. Uh-oh. It looks like I get to lose a life. So maybe here? Maybe I just leave, yeah, like this. Okay, then I can pick up the treasure box, and then unfortunately when I come back this way I can't get past the monkey. So how do we... Reminds me of Labby, another Sokoban with programming. Huh, Sokoban with programming. You know, give me the name of that game. Maybe I'll look into it later. Ah. So the good thing is that we're in void mode, which means we see the little word called void in the corner over there. That means we've got unlimited lives, so we don't have to worry about experimentation here. So maybe... If I step here, yeah, no, we can't step there. There's only 3 ways we can do it. We can go down on this tile, or this tile. So if we go down and maybe go down this tile, come back up. Okay, so now the monkey's it's stuck there. Maybe we just skip this one, because I don't see a good way to get the treasure chest and still get to the exit. I mean, we can trick the monkey into coming over here and we can get to the exit, but... anyways, let's just move on. Okay, well, Ronano, sorry, I saw your message too late. Remove the tile between the glass, and then walk down on the glass on the right. Okay, then you can place the removed block where the glass was. I'm gonna have to do that the next time we visit the level. So, I don't think we can... So I can come down, the monkey goes up here. Maybe we can put this over here, monkey comes back down. I suppose we can do this. We can prevent the monkey from crossing over, grab the thing. Put this down, the monkey comes after us, and then we can go to the exit. Okay, and it's Xthetic. Hello, nice to see you here. Hello from India, namaste, it's Xthetic. Welcome in. Okay, it's an open source video game, really. Labby, okay. So let me grab the link. I'll do a bit of research on it. Thank you, Sandivice. Okay, back to the game. What are we doing here? So the monkeys are going to cross over the glass. So I need to go down, grab the tile, make the path. I mean, make more of the path over here. I mean, it seems like a pretty easy, pretty easy level. So if we pick up... Sometimes you can pick up the stairs and put them in other places. What is this? This looks pretty straightforward. Pick this up. The monkey will cross over the glass. But we can start making a little path over here. So I found that sometimes when you pick up the staircase, it can be a good thing, but anyways, let's... Okay, we have another resting place. I actually found out something really interesting. You can mess around with the numbers in these tree levels. So you could switch around the numbers over here. So for example, if you wanted to get 84 of these extra lives, you could replace this and then go back to level number 4. It's really interesting, but I actually did a little bit of experimentation. If you pick up the wand, so you can pick up any of these tiles here. If you pick up this tile, it'll crash the game. If you pick up the wand, it'll crash the game. I think if you pick up the any of these icons, it'll crash the game. But right now, I don't think I want to go back to any of the previous levels, so I'm just going to leave this stuff alone. Anyways, let's watch the next cutscene. I'm not super invested into the story, but might as well watch. So these are areas where you can rest, and each time you rest, you get a little bit more of the story. So we'll go ahead and rest. That'll close the game, and we need to start it back up. Okay, and I'll run the game again. Okay, and hold on, I need to drag the window back to where it was before. Okay, are we there yet? Don't try to fool me. I know you aren't really sleeping. Maybe I could actually get some rest if you weren't so impatient. CJ Web Design says, are those stairs? Yeah, so the goal of each one of the levels is to get to the stairs. Rest up if you... Rest... I would get some rest if you weren't so impatient, Your Highness. Come on, it's freezing here. What kind of nutjob lives in a country like this? This country isn't that different from yours, Your Highness. In fact, a few years ago, it was an even more worrisome state. An especially harsh and long winter had taken a toll on people's harvest. Famine and disease spread among the poor and the rich. Not even the country's king was spared. After the ruler passed away without an heir, the weakened country is nearly swallowed by its warring neighbors. But then, a previously unknown knight rose to the occasion. He swiftly quelled the rising inner tensions, and despite being heavily outnumbered, his army easily warded off the other nations aiming to seize the throne. Peace returned, and the knight declared sovereignty of his own. The country has begun to prosper once again. It's no wonder His Majesty seeks to ally himself with the leader of this land. The one they call Knight of the Heavens. Please, I've heard this sales pitch before. Why don't you marry him, since you're such a big fan? And that pompous nickname. I think I'm gonna puke. Well, it certainly isn't in the same leagues as... Well, it certainly isn't in the same league with yours, Your Highness. Shut it. Your Highness, are you okay? Yeah. More or less. What the hell was that? Sandevice says the cutscene art looks amazing. Yeah, the pixel art in this game is pretty good. In Avalanche, perhaps. Please stay inside, Your Highness. Lady Grey, an avalanche's blockade has blocked our way. We've been separated from the rest of the convoy. Why is the rearguard taking so long? You don't have to worry about them. They've already been taken care of. Didn't put much of a fight, though. But to make things easier for you, just hand over the crown. Just hand over the crowned head. Ranana says, I'm going to have an interview for an apprenticeship for an IT specialist for system integration. Any tips on what might come up in the interview? They told me to bring a calculator. Okay, you're going to do an interview for an apprenticeship for an IT specialist, system integration. If anybody in chat knows anything about doing tech interviews, please give Ronano a little bit of advice. I've only ever done interviews. Well, I've only ever done one tech interview for like a web app testing position, and I don't think they're going to ask me. I don't think they're going to ask you the same questions they asked me. How does a lowly group of bandits know about the princess? And if I were to refuse? You haven't got much of a choice in the matter, lass. Don't think that pretty face of yours will save you. Or maybe this court lady knows how to handle a sword. That's a laugh in a bunch. Andre Gonzalez says, hey bro, what's going on? So we're just playing a little warm-up game over here. It's a puzzle game called Void Stranger. And we're going to be moving on to our first tech topic in about 55 minutes. It seems even scum like you know that no court lady would ever carry a weapon. However, you're sorely mistaken if you think I'm out of options. Oh, really now? And what might these options be? I could let you live. What the? Gray the Destroyer looms upon you. Okay, so we're playing as the bandit, and we're facing off against the player character, so I don't know what we're supposed to be doing here. I guess we'll check. You've made a grave mistake. Gray the Destroyer gouges you. I'll give you 3 turns. Attack. You swing your sword at the enemy. Oh, okay. I missed. Are we counting in German? I guess I'll attack again. Oh, we are counting in German. I guess I'll defend. You call out to your henchmen, but they're too afraid. Okay, I guess I lose. You gotta be kidding me. Gray the Destroyer? The one and only? Save your musings and tell me who sent you. What? Not a good time to start playing dumb. Unless you'd rather have another serving. Sorry, I may be just a small-time tea leaf. But even I have my pride. Suit yourself, then. Yay, Gray! Show them how it's done. Get back inside, Your Highness. And miss the finishing blow? No way. Well, well, well. My luck has finally turned. Get her, lads. Huh. Looks like this sorry crook got seriously one-upped. I was starting to worry why my guests didn't show up. My apologies. Fills such as them have yet to be completely wiped from this country. There's still work to be done. That white hair is as pure as the tales have told. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Johann the First, ruler of this humble country. Let me serve you well. My demon princess. Okay, Happy-Go-Lucky TV. What is this? This is Void Stranger. It's a little puzzle game that that we're playing as a warm-up. So most of the time we're not really invested too much in the story, but there's some sort of story involving like a country and like a princess who doesn't want to get married and her servant, which is our main character over here. Most of the time we're just picking up tiles and putting them down and trying to get to the stairs. Runana says hacking comes after this. Yeah, we'll be doing our hacking exercises in about 50 minutes or so. Alright, so we've got... What we want to do here is... we want to get to the mural up at the top. Uh-oh. Hold on, let's try that again. I want to get to the mural at the top. Okay. So the mural is badly damaged. Alright, so I'm going to take a screenshot. And I think we want to find a room that looks kind of like this. So hold on, let me just get out my screenshot software. Okay, so what is this room? So this room is like 2, 4, 6, so it's a 6 by 2, 4. It's a 6 by 6 room. We need to watch out for this. Okay. Mural is badly damaged. Deciphering its inscription seems almost impossible. A faint, strange glow beams through the cracks. So I mean, it looks like there's some binary behind there. I'm not too sure what it really means. There's a lot of secrets in this game, and I really want to figure it out because it kind of reminds me of like a CTF challenge. Okay. I mean, we saw the mural, but we can't actually get to the exit from here. Well, I guess we die then. Alright, now that we've read the message, we can just move over to the stairs. So this is a new area. This isn't the room that we're dealing with, right? We can move the boulders. Maybe we just need to get to the exit. I hear that there are like 230 levels in this game. So I'm actually... I want to finish the levels as quickly as possible. So we can pick up the button here. We'll just put it here. Maybe we can put the button right here, and then... Yeah, okay. And then we can get to the exit. Okay, Happy-Go-Lucky TV says, don't understand how just gaming or how does it tie into hacking? So this is just a warm-up. We play either programming-related games or hacking-related games or puzzle games because there's a lot of, well, there's a lot of puzzle solving or like problem solving in hacking. So it's kind of related. I also just want to play the game. Okay, so... Guess we can put this... We can put this somewhere else? Hold on. This is tricky. If I could get past the stairs and I could get to the... Yeah, we're just, we're not... Eric? Eric, hey, 30 minutes and no CTF, come on, bro. Get it going. I mean, I've got a schedule. We usually do like a warm-up topic for the first hour, and then we move on into other topics. But, you know, we've got a timer up the top. We got about 40 minutes left of this. If you want to come back in 40 minutes, we'll be doing something else. I mean, if I could pick up the button, then put it, like, in one of these other spaces, then we could use the boulder to press down on it, but I don't think we can do that with what we can do right now. Okay, we all think the same because I bought that in the other programming video games on Christmas. Perisentient? Why is he a frog? Why not a frog? Why not a frog? Alright, looks like we get to... No! Okay, this is interesting. So... I can't... Okay. So I'll pick this up, and then I'll put this here, and then I'll push the boulder onto the button to open up the stairs. Okay. And Vix DLL, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, stairs. Next level. Oh, is this the room? This might be the room that we're supposed to solve. So it's 246 by 246. Let me pull up the screenshot. Okay, so the screenshot we've got looks like this. Hold up. Let me mess around with the settings. So we've got... We have to make this pattern in order to get the secret. In order to get the secret in this level. Okay, Ronana says a lot more people this time. So cool. Yeah, I mean we haven't really started on the hacking stuff yet. Okay, so let me see if I can mimic what I see in the mural. Although I don't think I can. Yeah, I don't think I can do this. Unless we move some stuff around. Okay, I'm just gonna step off. Okay, Cenovice, a frog playing Sokoban. Has science gone too far? Maybe. Is it like the buttons just kind of like spazzing out for everybody, or they're just hovering over it? What are we talking about? Alright, so... Uh-oh, I think I'm stuck. Anyways, just trying to get a feeling over so I just want to break all these pieces of glass so that I can replace them. Then I don't have to worry so much about moving around freely or not. Okay, and from here we can try to figure out how to create the pattern. So there's supposed to be something in the corner. And also in this corner. So there's supposed to be 2 here, and then 3 here, 2 here, 3 down below, and then at least 2 Oh, you know what? There's supposed to be... Uh-oh. You know what? I think I'll figure out the secrets later. I just wanna finish these rooms for now. Do you not have to put the boulder on the bottom right of the button? Yeah, I mean, I was trying to figure out if we could activate some secrets, but you know what? Maybe we should just try to figure out how to finish the levels normally for right now. Although this seems kind of tough too. Yeah, there's a lot of Easter eggs in this game. So it looks like the problem is that we need to move this boulder across a bunch of these Huh. Move the boulder. Move the boulder. I think we're getting pretty close. Okay, and then we can go to the exit. Alright, Maybe we can get the enemy to step on the button this time. So it's either get the enemy to step on the boulder, or just want to step on the button, or just step on the button, or move the boulder onto the button. I think I messed this up. Hold on. Okay, SpongeBob, hello, nice to see you here. How's your day going? I'm just playing a little puzzle game as a warm-up. Okay, let's reset. Put this here. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. Put it here. Cross over. Okay. So SpongeBob says, just want to ask that if you can learn about cybersecurity and that stuff, how can I? Anything paid, free, or what you think would be best? Do you happen to have group or channel for the community? Yeah, Fred Rex. We do have we've got a Discord. I'll give you the link for the Discord if you wanna join. We also have a Reddit. But let's see. So SpongeBob asks, how can you learn about cybersecurity for free? I mean, I've got a starter pack. If you want to learn about like basic tech topics first, there's some prerequisites for learning technical cybersecurity. Usually, you want to learn about tech stuff in general, then you want to learn about computer networking, because there's a lot of computer networking basic concepts you'd have to understand to do technical cybersecurity work. And then there's another list that has easy cybersecurity exercises. That's the last link, the fourth link in the list. Anyways, let's go back to it. Okay. We opened up the staircase, but now we can't move. We can't move anywhere. Guess we gotta reset. Would love to join. Yeah, go ahead. Maybe we'll just travel along the top. Oh, I forgot about that that bug. Ah, I think I'm getting closer. Segfaults, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, we can put this here. Then pick up one of these. Put this down. I don't think this works either. Fiaxin, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? We're just doing our warm-up right now for the next 30 minutes or so. Okay, so we can go immediately over here, put this down, then go over here. Ah, never mind. Put this down. Grab one of these. Move. Put this down. Grab one of these other bricks. So if we put this down, Sphiaxin says, I have a lot of college tasks, so I'll be doing all the night working and watching your stream while doing them. What is the goal of the puzzle? So the goal of the puzzle is to step on this button, which opens up the stairs, but also to be able to get back to the stairs. We could also have the monster step on the button, which will also open up the stairs. But the problem is we need to figure out how to do it while creating ourselves a little path. So we can go back here, put this down. Grab one of these. Oh, I think I know what we need to do. So we need to time it. Put this down. So the bug steps on this thing. Unfortunately, we can't wait. If we could wait, we could take the square away, but that doesn't really save us either. Yeah, we got close. Maybe we need to take a different approach. Okay, actually wait. This is good. We can we can pick up one of these. Go here, put this down. Open up the door. Open up the staircase, rather. Grab this. Go up here. And now we can just go to the staircase. Alright, done. Wow, that took a little while. What do we got? We've got like a snake. Apparently this is supposed to be a leech. This thing on the right near the center. So it's going to open up the staircase. But we also want to get the treasure chest. So maybe we can pick this up and put it down. But if we pick it up, we don't have any place to put it. Hold on. Put this down here. Get the monkey to come out. Grab the treasure chest. Go here, grab this. Oh, but you know what? I think we lose a life either way. Okay, I should have done this differently. This is what we should do. Put this down. Have the monkey come out, and then as the monkey passes by, we can grab this so that it can't come after us. Then open up the treasure box, which has nothing inside. Put this back, wait for the snake to come by, then step on the stairs, exit. Okay, what's next? Oh, there's an NPC down there. What is this? What's the game name? So the game name is called Void Stranger. I should probably have it on the overlay. Let me go ahead and do that. Topic 1 is here. Topic 2 is on deck. Sorry, I should have set up those overlays earlier. So it looks like all we need to do is... Oh, why is the NPC moving? Huh. The NPC just exited. Okay. Well, I mean, we can get to the stairs pretty easily from here. Maybe I should pick him up. Not that it does anything. Okay, next level. Okay, same NPC. They're probably going to be going over the glass bridge. Then they exit. Well, we can trick these guys into falling off the cliff. Okay, and same NPC dude. I guess we could also try to get the treasure chest. But I don't think there's a point right now because we're in void mode. Anyways, exit. So I guess... could be that the guy that's been walking around took our loot. Yeah, okay. We can't really chase this person down, can we? Woman stands in front of the chest, blocking your way. She's muttering to herself. Still nothing. Oh, didn't notice you there. Quite unexpected to bump into someone else down here. Are you a treasure hunter as well? Wait. That staff doesn't look like someone one would normally carry around. I bet you found it down here, didn't you? Would you mind if I took a better look at it? Don't worry, I'm an expert at handling goods like this. Should we hand it over? As you start answering, the woman suddenly snatches your staff. I guess we need to... I guess we're chasing this person. Okay, so we go upwards this time? Gotta wait for these enemies to pass by. So they're gonna go down and around. Uh-oh. That monkey got me. So the monkey doesn't respond to her, but it responds to me. That's kind of weird. How do we get past this level? Because there's this monkey there. Yeah. Wait, is this like a no-win scenario? Perhaps you need to move a block. I don't think there are no blocks to move because I don't have my staff anymore. I can't do anything anymore. Yeah. So there's only two... The only thing that I can do is I can, like, fall down a hole. But falling down the holes doesn't... It doesn't help me any. Oh, okay. I get it. Alright. I can solve this. So we need to... we have to do two things at once. So we need to both trick this ball guy. Then we need to make the monkey come up here. Okay. Trick the ball monster. Okay, then... Oh, I did... Okay, I screwed it up again. Okay. Trick the ball monster into coming this way. Trick the ball monster into coming this way. Have the monkey come this way. Have the monkey come down here. Wait. And then follow. Okay. Okay. That took a while. Now next, we need to do this again. So they step over the glass bridge. We need to trick the monkeys into coming down. Man, this is so tough. Trick. This monkey into coming down. Trick all the monkeys into coming down. Monkeys can't see me, but I can't exit from here. The monkeys all come down to the bottom. Monkey, monkey, monkey. Oh, okay, okay. So now I can get past the monkeys. Okay, great. Oh, more chasing, huh? So if we go straight, so if I just wait around here, nothing happens. What we want to do is we want to catch this person, but we can't catch. what happens if we just wait around? Nothing happens if we just wait around. So I guess if we... We need to wait for the monkey to come back over so we can get back in. Okay. Same situation here. This doesn't work. So lure this guy down. How do we get the monster to step on the square to let us get down the stairs? Yeah, this isn't... We can't pick up anything. So how many ways can we lure the monster? We can lure it over, and we can lure it up. We can lure it over and then down. Okay, this works. How not to get killed by monkeys. Okay. Whoa! I haven't seen that before. So if the monkeys run into each other, they're both destroyed. Alright. Huh. How do we do this? So the stairs are there. What happens if we move on to the stairs? Oh, I think we can just follow. No, we can't just follow. The other thing we could do is we could lure the monkey over, and then have it come down. Yeah, have it come down, and then have it come up, and then it'll come and press the button. Okay. Lure the monkey up. lure this monkey up. Oh, you know what? Okay, I think I know what to do. So, we know that if the monkeys crash into each other, they're both destroyed. So we... Yeah, Okay, destroy this. Ah, okay. The monkeys have to... Alright. Destroy this. Okay, monkeys both destroy each other, then we can go to the stairs. What about this, then? I don't see how we can finish this. Okay, so what's the path? We can push this off. We can push this off. We can move over the glass bridge, but there's the monster waiting on the other side. So we cross over here. I don't think we can lure it anywhere. Push this down. Then we're stuck. We can try to cross on this side as well. Let's see, we've got about 3 minutes to solve this puzzle. Push this, push this. Get this monster to move down, but getting the monster to move down doesn't help us any, because it's just going to get us afterwards. Push this over, push this over. Can't push these. Push this destroys the glass. So we can lure the monster over this way. The problem is that it doesn't really help us. All right. We need to get the monster to move down. Push this over, push this over. Push, push. Push. Push this stuff. Move down. I really miss when we had our tile swapping powers. Push this up. Okay, so we'll just give this a couple more minutes. I would like to be able to figure out this puzzle before we move on. How can we do this? We can cross over once. There's no way we can... Okay, let's reset a bit. So I think what we want the goal to be is to cross over here, lure the monster one step up, and then to be able to move. Okay, so that gets rid of the monster. That gets rid of the monster, but we can't cross over to the other side anymore. Because if we push these, they... Okay, we're getting close. We're very close. So crossover on this side. Lure the monster up. Push this down. Push this over. Push this from this side. So the monster gets taken out. Then we can cross over Okay, we did it. We did it. It took a really long time. Okay, so we're just gonna we're gonna stop here because we need to move on to the next topic. But thank you very much for having patience while I do my little puzzle game. It's been a lot of fun. We'll do this again on Friday, but we'll just put the game away for now. Okay, let's end it. Okay, and then we can move on. Turn this off. All right, we're here. And what are we doing next? We're doing a demonstration of EchoCTF Network, BR Network. We're doing the Butler machine. And let me demonstrate how to hack that. It's going to be the next part of the stream. Let's fix up the overlays. Topic 1 is done. Topic 2 is here. And topic 3 is on deck. Okay, we'll give ourselves, it shouldn't take too long. Let's give ourselves about 40 minutes to complete this exercise. Okay. All right, everybody, we're getting into some hacking now. So if anybody doesn't know, we're going to be working on this platform over here. It's called EchoCTF.red, and it's a free platform. It's kind of similar to Hack the Box and TryHackMe. Why is this not going through? Uh-oh, looks like my chat app is has crashed. Let me start it back up again. Okay, so if anybody's wondering, after you've logged in, if you want to join along with us, this is the link that you want to use. Huh, it looks like my chat app's not working anymore. Oh, you know what? I missed everybody's messages as well. Oh, Haku, I didn't see your messages. Haku and CJ Web Design. Dang. Hold on. Let me try to restart my chat app to see if it's gonna work. Yeah, the app's not working right now. Looks like I'm gonna have to do this manually. It's gonna be a big pain in the butt. Okay, it's gonna be a bit rougher for me to answer chat this stream because my chat app's not working. Anyways. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Butler machine over at the BR-CTF Machines Network over at EchoCTF.red. So this is a, what's the difficulty of this machine? It's a basic level machine, and we've got an IP address for this as well. More time to focus on the task, says Ronano. Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to copy the IP address, and then we're going to do our basic enumerations. So the first thing we want to do on each one of these machines is we want to do a basic nmap scan. The nmap scan will let us know what ports and services are open on the application. So we'll do it T4, we'll do it SV to get the versioning for whatever services we find, and we'll scan all the ports. So when we run this, it should be able to tell us pretty quickly what ports are open. Am I connected to the network? Hold on, I need to make sure. So we should be connected to the network. Oh, the machine's not running right now. Okay, hold on. Let me start up the machine. So restart target. And then we should get a notification that the machine has started up in just a bit. In the meantime, I can stop my port scan. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to do a little ping to make sure that we can contact the target. Okay. So we can contact the target, which means we can run the nmap scan. So the nmap scan, I'm pretty sure there's only port 80 open on this machine. And so if port 80 is open, we can start looking at the... Thank you very much for following on YouTube, on Twitch, Van Flick. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, so we've got port 80 open, and port 80 is unencrypted web pages. If we wanted to look at the web page itself, well, actually, wait. What we should do is we should do a little bit of web app enumeration. So the easiest tool we can use is one called derb. It's got a very small word list. Let's see, let me get that IP address. Here it is. And we'll just give this to derb. Okay, so it actually runs pretty slow. But another thing we could do is we could look at some very basic web app enumeration techniques. So one of the most basic techniques we can do is we can just go over to the website. And we see here that there's something called Web Butler running. So Web Butler, we don't know what exactly this is, but we could do a little bit of research. Web Butler. So Web Butler is an open source CMS. So CMS are otherwise known as content management services. They're fairly often vulnerable to known attacks, especially if they're not being updated. So what we can do is we can go back to the website and let's see if we got anything from, okay, we see there's an admin endpoint open. Another thing we can do is we can see if there is a robots.txt file on the website. And a robots.txt file basically tells search engines which parts of the website are allowed to be documented and which ones are not allowed to be documented by the search engine. So in this case, we've got /admin, this endpoint, and /settings, which are not allowed to be documented, along with this kind of unusual named directory as well called docs. So anytime you see something that is disallowed inside your robots.txt file, you might want to check it out because these might be sensitive parts of the website. So we see in the docs directory, we've got a couple more directories. So these might be files that are related to the Web Butler CMS that we just discovered. And let's see, we've got an English directory. And this actually has a bunch of files that are related to Web Butler. But what we can do is we can take a look at this page right over here called start.htm. Xmetric says security through obscurity. Yay! That's exactly. Well, I don't know if this is actually security or not. Okay, so no content says what is the CTF name? So the CTF name is called EchoCTF Red. We're currently looking over here. EchoCTF Red is free. Well, most of the contents on EchoCTF are completely free, which makes it a very good website for people who are on a budget, which is us. Okay, so we go back here, we see start.htm, and if we click on it, we see an exact version of this CMS that's being used. So it's Web Butler version 3.2. So if we know that there is a known CMS or any other software version, we could probably start looking for potential attacks that have been discovered for this particular software. So let me pull up my little document file. So Web Butler, or Butler rather. Okay, so this is the Butler machine, and in this case, we're dealing with the vulnerable CMS version. So we discovered that this is Web Butler version 3.2. And there's a very common tool that we can use to search for known attacks on particular versions of software. So we can go over to here, we can do the command, and we can search for Web Butler and 3.2, which is the version number. So we discover over here that there is a remote code execution vulnerability for this particular software. So with this same tool, we can move the document over to take a look. So it's searchsploit-m and then the number over here that we want to take a look at. So this is just a text file that we've got. We've copied it over to our current directory. If we take a look, it says that this is the Web Butler version 3.2 remote code execution. So this is for the Web Butler CMS, and this is a type of RCE bug. It's not really a bug, it's just overly permissive file upload. And in this case, if we're able to get access to the CMS as the admin, we can upload a PHR file, which is a PHP compatible file. So what we can do is, first of all, to do this, we need to be able to log in as the admin user. So we go over to the application over here. I believe the login endpoint is the admin directory over here. So another thing that is quite common in easy level CTF exercises like this one is default credentials. So anytime you see a login page, Xmetric says always try default passwords. Yeah, for sure. Xmetric says silly admins who put services on non-default ports. Well, I mean, that is security through obscurity for sure. Okay, so if we go in here, we could try our good old admin as our default credentials and try logging in. So we're able to log in. So yeah, so one of the problems with this particular challenge is that they're using default credentials, which lets us get admin access to the CMS. So from here, we read about the vulnerability and that we're able to upload a vulnerable PHAR file. So upload poc.phar file, and the reason we're going to be able to get remote code execution on this machine is because the application is running PHP, and we're able to upload a PHP file, well, an arbitrary PHP file, which can contain whatever code we want. So in this case, we're going to grab some PHP code for a web shell. A web shell will let us execute PHP code, and it'll run system commands for us. So we're just going to go, so this is a nifty little website called revshells.com. And from here, we can take a look at the PHP command small. Where is it? Here. It's just a very small snippet of PHP code, which we can write into a file. So I'm going to create webshell.phar, which is the file extension they want us to use. We'll just paste in our little web shell code, and then we will save it out. Okay, JDM says, could you check and verify the claims of this repo? The claims of this repo? I'm not sure about that. We're doing a demonstration right now, but let me keep that in the background. Okay, we'll take a look at it after we're done the demonstration, JD. Thanks. Okay, let's go back. Renan says, haven't seen Latin since school. I wonder if they explain how to hack them on the website. Latin? Oh, right. The ipsum lorem stuff. Anyways, okay, so we've just written our web shell file that we want to upload to the target, because we got the report that this particular application is vulnerable to upload of PHAR files. So let's go back. So Web Butler, I think we can go over to Media, and then we can upload a file from here. Okay, so we need to create a directory for this thing. Let's make a directory called the temp directory. We'll select a file to upload, and it's this one, webshell.phar. select that, and then click on media upload. Okay, and it says the file webshell.phr has been successfully transferred. So we've managed to create this file on the web server, and from here I think we can preview this. So if we preview it, it'll tell us exactly where in the application it is. One of the things we need to figure out when we upload malicious files is where exactly in the web app it is. Because if we're not able to locate the file, then we're not going to be able to execute our code. So this is where it is, reportedly, and let's go back. We don't need this anymore. Okay, and we're just gonna go to this web page to see if we can get our remote code execution. So we've loaded the page, but it's a blank page. It's a blank page because we haven't given the web shell any commands yet, and we give the commands through URL parameters. So inside of the web shell, it's looking for a specific URL parameter, which is set to 0. So 0 equals command, whatever command we want to run, and we activate those URL parameters with the question mark here. So question mark 0 equals whatever command we want. So we could give a command like 0 equals ls, or 0 equals who am I, and we can run whatever Linux commands we want because the web server that is running underneath is Linux. Anyways, let's go back. And over here, we're just going to do 0 equals who am I. The requested URL was not found on the server. I think I might not be logged in. Let me log in first. Okay, let's try logging in again over at the admin endpoint. Okay, remember it's admin, log in. And let's take a look at the media again. Media, we got oh, it deleted the file. That's weird. Let's try uploading the file again. Okay, we're going to create a directory called temp. I'm going to select the web shell, and then we're going to upload it. Okay, it has been successfully transferred. Created it over here, and it says it's 0 kilobytes. Oh, you know what we forgot to do? Did we forget to save our file? No, the file's here. It's intact. Let's go back. Let's try to go to that file then. Okay, preview. Just going to copy this and go over to our other browser. Who am I? Okay, so we're able to get remote code execution through the uploaded web shell. So we gave the who am I command. It says that we're the www data user, and from here, what we can do is we can try to get direct access to the server. So to get direct access, we need to create a file that'll give us a reverse shell. So the file that'll get us a reverse shell, we can create it over here using the msf venom command. So the msf venom command is going to create a binary, an ELF binary, a Linux binary, that we can upload to the target, and it will create a connection. When it's executed, it'll create a connection to our target, our attacking machine on our port over here. So we specify both of these. We give the command, and then it'll create a file called rev.elf that, when executed, will create a connection to our machine. So we got rev.elf over here. What we need to do is we need to give them the command to the web server to upload this to the web server. So we've got our IP address right here. We're just going to force the server to do a wget command to download this from our machine. So it's wget, then our attacker machine IP here. So we're connected on the ton0 interface. So that's how the two machines are connected on this particular network range over here. So download from our attacker machine IP. We're downloading rev.elf. So we're just going to copy that command so that we can paste it into the web shell. But before we do the command, we need to set up our temporary web server, because we're going to host this rev.elf file on our attacker machine. So let's see, localhost services. We're just going to run Python. The Python module http.server on port 80. So this creates a temporary web server that is running on our attacker machine on port 80. And now we've got it set up so that we can upload this reverse shell binary to the target. So we're just going to go back here, and we're going to paste in the wget command that we wrote earlier that downloads the file from our attacker machine. So after we run that command, if we give the ls command, we see that rev.elf is now in this directory. Thank you very much to Pixel for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is we need to make this, we need to make the binary executable, and then we need to execute it. So we'll make it executable by giving this command, chmod 777 for rev.elf. Okay, and the last thing we need to do is we need to execute the reverse shell binary. But before we run the reverse shell binary, we need to set up a listener to catch the reverse shell. So we're going to do it over here. We're going to run the rlwrap command around netcat. And this is going to create a listener on our attacker machine's port 443 to receive incoming connections from the vulnerable web server when we run the reverse shell binary on there. So we're just going to leave this over here. Then we're going to run the command from the web shell to execute the rev.elf binary. So it's running, which means we can go back to our web shell. Sorry, not the web shell, the listener. And the listener caught a connection from the vulnerable web server. We ask, who am I? We are www.data. And we're just going to stabilize our netcat shell here, because regular netcat shells are, well, they're notoriously not very functional. But we can fix that up by running another command inside of Python. So run Python 3 command import pty.spawn a bash shell. Okay, and now we've got a little bit more functionality. So to talk about how we broke into the web server, we're going to call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man, please come out.
Hey there, everybody. It's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Butler Administrator, it seems like you enjoy using outdated CMS software. That is a big mistake. We managed to enumerate the version of CMS you're using, and then log in using default credentials which you failed to change, which is another big mistake. From there, we were able to upload a malicious web shell, which we turned into reverse shell access through a uploaded file. Maybe you knew about these security flaws in your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, thank you very much for following on Twitch, Goldroy. Thank you very much. Okay, let's talk about what we're supposed to do after we get our initial access. So there's generally two steps to any of these network CTF boxes. There's going to be your initial access, how you get onto the system, and the other part is called privilege escalation, how you elevate your user account status from a regular user to like the highest level user. So typically what you would do, especially on these really easy level CTF boxes, is you would run the sudo l command to see if your current user can run any commands as the root user using sudo. So sudo-l, it says that our user may run the following commands on Butler as any user, as any group with no password. We can run user bin python, which is used to run like scripts and stuff, but only on a specific script in this directory over here. So the opt backup.py script. So we lost our connection. That's weird. Let's set that connection back up. Not found. Did the machine get reset? Oh, the machine might have gotten reset. Hold on. Gotta love shared environments. Yeah, gotta love those shared environments. Okay, let's go back. Okay, 37 minutes remain. Anyways, let's set the let's go back to the application again. Back over here. Let's log in as the admin user again. Admin. Okay, let's see if our files are still there. Probably not. Yeah, our files are not there anymore. We're gonna have to upload them again. Okay, let's see. Okay, and then media upload successfully created. Great. Let's grab. Blank. Oh, no. We uploaded the wrong thing. We need to upload the other thing. Hold on. Okay. So temp temp and select the web shell. This one here. Okay. Okay, so this has been created. We'll go back in. Okay, we got this back. So we're gonna upload. Well, actually, we've already uploaded the thing to the target, so we can just run. We can make the thing executable. Then we can run the thing. Okay. And now we can stabilize our shell. Python 3 command import pty dot spawn bin bash. Okay, so this is what I want to illustrate. So we've got, thank you very much, Gabriel Egodaro, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. GB Mentor says connect equals on vol Varus screams louder level 8 plus. What are we talking about? Let's see. Langston's Entropy says, can you edit backup.py file and run the script like that, I wonder? Okay, so this is... Okay, Shenlong also says, can that web shell run add user command? Maybe add that user to sudo users, and thus eliminating the need for any escalation after MSF Venom. So, I mean, we can't really run add user as our current user, because our current user is the www data user. They don't have elevated permissions, but we can run this one sudo command with Python with this backup.py file. So let's talk about how the privilege escalation works. Over here. So this is privilege escalation sudo python / writable script. So our user has sudo access to the Python binary, but only with the specific script, which is opt backup backup.py. So on the system, the backup.py script is missing, and the directory where it's supposed to be is writable, so we can create our own backup.py script with whatever contents we want. And because we can run the script as sudo, we can run whatever system commands we want. We can even spawn our own root shell. Okay, Thanto, hey, nice to see you here. What is up? Okay, let's go back. And so we're just going to confirm that the opt directory is actually writable and that there's nothing in the opt directory. So there's nothing in the opt directory. The backup script is not here, but we can write to the directory, which means we can create whatever commands we want inside of our own backup.py file. So we're just going to do a very, very simple script which does this. Let's talk about it over here. Where? Here. Okay, so we're just going to run an echo command to create these instructions. So import OS, and then os.system bin bash -i, and that's going to create a shell session through Python. We're going to create it, well, because we're running it as sudo, that's going to open up a root shell for us, and we're just going to write that to the backup.py file. So we're just going to grab the command here, and we're just going to copy paste. Go over to our terminal. Okay, paste it in. And now we've got the file in the directory here now. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is just run sudo with Python, sudo python 3 /opt /backup /backup.py. So when we run the script, it'll run as the root user, and it'll give us it'll open up a root shell for us. Okay, so now we're the root user here. Who am I? It says root, so we can do this.
What are you? I'm system root.
Okay, let's catch up with chat. So Real Nano says, if you use Nmap, can that be seen by the website? Like in terms of actual hacking, is it even viable? If you run Nmap on a website and they've got logs turned on, they should be able to see that you're sending, well, your IP address is sending a lot of traffic. They're sending a lot of traffic to the website, and if they don't adjust the default user agent header used by Nmap, you'll be able to see very easily that the tool, well, the agent that is contacting your website is the Nmap agent. I mean, whether or not it's viable, it really depends on how closely they're monitoring their logs. If they're really monitoring them very closely, they'll probably see that you're sending malicious traffic their way, and they'll probably block your IP address. Okay, line string symmetry asks, so I wonder why Python specifically. Normally Bash is written in C. Normally Bash is written in C. Is it because the CTF is for Python challenges? So I mean, most of the time when we do these beginner CTF challenges, we're just trying to illustrate how different programs can be used um, to abuse security. And in this case, we're just illustrating how we can use Python because Python's a pretty common tool you see on Linux servers. That's why you'll see Python every once in a while for these kind of challenges. Ronana says he can't see chat on YouTube. He has to check it manually. The chat is bugged for him. Yeah, I need to. I'll restart my chat app to see if it's actually working now. Hopefully it is. Just a second. So it's I don't know why says if you're not sending malicious traffic, if you're not sending malicious traffic, well, is Nmap scanning open? You're not really supposed to do open port scanning. Yeah. Okay, so we lost access. That's okay. That's okay. We lost access, but we managed to finish the exercise. If you're looking for where the flags are going to be located in the root directory, as well as the home of the ETS-CTF user, which is in the home directory. But yeah, otherwise, hey everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for the Butler challenge, located on the BR-CTF Machines Network on EchoCTF.red. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. You know what? I think I might be able to restart my chat app if I kill the process. So let me go ahead and try doing that real quick, because not having the chat app is a big pain in the butt. Just a second, got to do some live troubleshooting. I don't see the process. Okay, Renana says JavaScript now. Gonna do some Minecraft modding. I don't know if we're gonna be doing some Minecraft modding or not. Okay, the chat app is working again. Could somebody send some test messages just to see if I can see them on the chat app? Just the word test is okay. Thank you. All right, so test. Thank you. I can see it now. Great. So this is going to be a lot better for me. So that since I can see both the YouTube and the Twitch chats on the same app, great. Nmap scanning. Yep. So if you have any other questions about, most of the time, if they see people, if you're a if you're a person who has a website and you see people Nmap scanning your website, that's usually not a good sign. It means that people are secure. Well, they're doing testing. They're testing and trying to figure out which open ports are available on your server. Generally, that's seen as a sign that it could be potentially attacked in the future, and some people might decide to ban your IP address if they see stuff like that. Segfall says Nmap scanning random websites is not a friendly thing to do. Well, I mean, the thing is that Nmap scanning can really bog down the server, especially if the Nmap scan is set to send a lot of packets at once. So it's yeah, got to be careful about that. Don't scan other people's stuff unless you've got permission. That's the way I look at it. Okay, let's do some, what is it called? JavaScript. So we're going to be learning some JavaScript in the next portion of today's stream. Topic 2 is done. Topic 3 is here. Topic 4 is on deck. Okay, so let's stop that, and we're going to go on doing this for about, let's do an hour and 10 minutes. Okay, so this is a new language for me. I'm taking a look at some Node.js, which is a version of JavaScript. Well, it's JavaScript that is meant to be used for backend code. Let's see. Before we go on, let me get rid of some of these windows that I'm not using anymore. So for learning JavaScript, Node.js, we're going to be, well, I'm going to be using CodeCademy. CodeCademy is a pretty popular website for learning about different programming languages. The stuff that we're looking at is free. Does Mr. Frog have a Discord server? Yeah. So Dino, Node is extremely good. I love Node. I'm assuming you mean Node. So okay, Discord is over here. Also, we got a Reddit. And, you know, for this portion of the stream, we can put on a little bit of music. Let's go ahead and do that. Here's some music. Okay, so if you're logged into CodeCademy, you'll be able to do the same course that we're doing over here. Mahir Patel says, where should I learn Python if I want to? Yeah. Dino is created by the Node.js creator. It is it's a safer and better version of Node. Oh, I've never heard of that before. I thought you were spelling Node incorrectly for some reason. Anyways, Mahir Patel asks if I want to learn Python. Yeah, we have a lot of good education resource links over at the HackerFrogs GitHub. So if you want to learn about all sorts of different security topics, we got quite a few of them over here. I think what we're looking for is programming. We've got a couple of links for good free Python courses. Okay, Deep Code says bun what? What is that? What is that? Anyways, let's start learning about some Node.js. Okay, so welcome to Learn Node.js. So a brief overview of what you'll learn in this course. We should know some JavaScript before we start this course, but I'll pick up the JavaScript as we go. Okay, so these projects will provide a step-by-step guide towards building a working template for building your own web applications. So we're learning about JavaScript, Node.js, because we want to be better at web app hacking and understanding module complete. What do you mean module complete? Hold on. Level up your learning with boot camps. Next. Okay, so I guess this is the first lesson. So in this lesson, we'll explain what makes up the backend of the web application or website. The backend can feel very abstract, but it becomes clear when we explain it in terms of the front end. To oversimplify a bit, the front end is the parts of the web page that the visitor can interact with and see. Various tools and frameworks can be used to create and design a web page. The front end is composed of JavaScript and CSS and HTML, and static assets. Very gamified. Is it? Well, yeah, I mean, they're giving you like points and stuff like that, I suppose. Okay, sometimes you'll hear front-end development referred to as client-side development. So our instinct might be to think of the client as a human visitor or user of the website, but when referring to the client in web development, we're usually referring to the non-human requester of content. Okay. Oh, yeah, I can turn down the music a little bit. Hopefully this is a little better for you, Real Nano. Okay, so watch the video. We'll skip the video. Move on to the next thing. Okay, the web server. So we talked about how the web front end consists of the information we want to send to the client. The word server can mean a lot of things in computing, but we've got to focus on web server specifically. A web server is a process running on a computer that listens for incoming requests for information over the internet and sends back responses. Okay? The specific format of the request and the resulting response is called the protocol. So the protocol is going to be HTTP or HTTPS, one or the other. Okay, Refined Op says, in your opinion, is it better to use WSL or VirtualBox Kali Linux? I mean, if your resources are very, very limited, then you could use WSL to learn about Kali Linux, or, you know, learn about Linux in general. But in my opinion, if you've got some resources on your computer, then you can run some virtual machines. It's probably a better time. So I've got a video that talks about this. Setting up VirtualBox and the Kali Linux machine. Okay, here's the link. Thank you very much for your subscription, Mahir Patel. Thank you very much. And Gabrielle, thank you very much for your subscription as well from 15 minutes ago. I don't know if I shouted it out or not, but thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, let's go back. Okay, we're done with this as well. So the front end, and the back end. So we're dealing with back end code when we're talking about Node.js. So it's JavaScript that runs a web server, basically. Okay, I think we can move on to the next thing. So what is the back end? So when our user navigates to google.com, the request specifies the URL, but not the file name for today's Google Doodle. Google Doodle? I've never heard of this. Oh, the Google Doodle is like the art stuff, right? Okay. So this is known as dynamic content. Okay, I'm trying to get to the part where we actually code stuff. Let's move on to the next step. Storing data. You've probably heard that data is a big deal. Okay, 90% of the world's data has been generated in just the past 2 years. From a stored credit card number on an e-commerce site to a timestamp, etc., etc. Okay, so we're talking about databases. So most websites store information in either relational databases like, SQL systems, or in non-relational databases, which are called NoSQL systems. Guess we're moving on to the next thing. APIs. So APIs are interfaces for interaction with the web application. And web APIs basically let you interact with websites to do specific actions. So API stands for Application Programming Interface. Let's move on. Did anybody ever figure out what I'm Feeling Lucky does on Google? So I'm Feeling Lucky, if you click on that, when you do a search, it'll take you to like a random page that has been indexed. I'm not exactly... I think that's what it does, but somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, so authorization and authentication. So we're basically talking about logging into a website. So the way we can authenticate and basically like get a user session on a website is by sending a request to the website with our username and password. And if we supply the correct username and password, then the application will send us back a cookie that we can use in subsequent requests, and that gives us our user session. So this is authentication and authorization. Moving on to the next thing. Different backend stacks. So we're talking about different technologies that are being used. So developers can construct backends in many different languages such as PHP, Java, JavaScript, Python, and more. So for example, we got some examples of frameworks like Laravel, Express.js, Ruby on Rails, etc., etc. Just sends you to a random page. Sounds like roulette. Sounds like roulette on the internet? Kind of. Yay, more cookies, practically making VPN completely useless. Well, I mean, how do the cookies make VPN completely useless? Anyways, okay, so for example, the mean stack is a technology for building web applications that uses MongoDB, Express.js, AngularJS, and Node.js. Mongo is used as a database. Node.js with Express.js for the rest of the backend, and Angular is used as a front-end framework, while the LAMP stack, sometimes considered the archetypical stack, uses Linux, Apache, MySQL, and PHP. Okay, so this is way more development focused than any of the other stuff I've done before. Let's move on. Is this all the course is? The course just tells you about what... This doesn't teach you how to... I got scammed. It doesn't teach you how to code. Using VPNs for anonymity? I guess so. I guess you're talking about like tracking cookies and stuff. Most of the time when I'm talking about cookies, I'm talking about session cookies. So, I mean, cookies can do a lot of different things. And they're mostly keeping track of things, I suppose, is what cookies do. What I'm talking about is I'm talking about session cookies that let you stay logged into a website. Okay, Rolana says if you're talking about security because you want to hide your IP, cookies basically make it obsolete. Well, I mean, it's a hard. So okay, if you use a VPN, you've got like another IP address. So at the very least, they don't have your IP address. They've got the VPN's IP address. Anyways, so is this all the course is? I thought we would be coding stuff. Okay, and now we're talking about JSON. So what is man. What is JSON? Okay, so JSON is JavaScript object notation. It's a very popular language-independent standard format for storing and exchanging data. So when you deal with web app security, you encounter JSON all the time because, well, I mean, a lot of web pages use a lot of JavaScript, and JSON is a type of format for sending data to web applications. So common uses of JSON. JSON is heavily used to facilitate data transfer in web applications between a client, such as a web browser, and a server. Okay? So JSON syntax looks a lot like this. We can point it out. So correct me if I'm wrong, but cookies just store temporary data about you when you revisit the website. Well, I mean, the cookie has your session inside of it. Okay, so so this is JSON format. Ooh, hold on. So JSON format, which is used by a lot of web applications, it's a bunch of information between some curly braces. So between the curly braces, we could have like an object, and in this case, the object is student. And the student object is a bunch of keys and values, so such as a name, an age, full-time, Boolean languages, GPA, favorite subject, etc., etc. But Cartier, you were talking about cookies, right? Okay, cookies. So cookies store information that is used when accessing websites. One common use of cookies is for user sessions. If you have a cookie and you access, well, okay. If you log into a website, the website will send your browser rather, a cookie that has your username associated with it. That cookie enables you to stay logged in to the website. So if you've got a cookie that has your session and you delete the cookie, the next time you reload the page, you will not have your user session anymore and you have to relog in. Okay, so JSON syntax. We got a bunch of rules. So the curly braces hold objects, the square brackets hold arrays. Data is stored in key value pairs separated by colons. Okay. JSON does not support comments. That's unfortunate. The following object would be valid JSON, would be valid JavaScript, but is not okay, and it is not valid JSON. So what's wrong with this? I'm trying to figure out why this is not valid JSON. Cypher says, what if I eat the cookies? I guess if you eat the cookies, you don't have them anymore? Or maybe if you eat the cookies, then you always have the cookies until they pass out through the other side. I'm not too sure. So Ronana says, object is like a function, right? Well, object is an object. Functions are like functions are like repeatable code, but the object is just information about something. So why is this not valid JSON? I think it might be because we've got the square brackets over here. The square brackets hold arrays. I mean, these are arrays. So this should be still good. I wonder what's wrong with the name property is not wrapped in double quotes. Oh, okay. So we need, every time you got a string, you need to wrap it up in the double quotes. So that's, the languages array has the following trailing comma after the final term CSS. Ah, okay. So you need to, syntax is important, of course. Syntax is important. So favorite subject uses single quotes instead of double quotes. I mean, most of the time when I'm dealing with programming languages, single quotes and double quotes are exactly the same thing. But I guess you have to be very specific when you're dealing with JSON notation. Okay, good to know. So JSON data types. So JSON has to be a string, a number, an object, an array, or a boolean, or null. Try to find all the data types in this JSON example. So student is, let's make this bigger. Student is a string. So this is an object called student, because we know it's an object because it's between these curly braces. So we got a string name, a string here. This is an integer. This is a boolean. This is an array. This is a floating point number, and this is null. Notably, JSON doesn't cover every data type. Types that are not represented in JSON, such as dates, can be stored as a string and converted to the language-specific data structure. Okay. That covers JSON. Awesome. Next module, please. Module complete. Wow. Okay, so we can finally do some coding, please. Okay, so for a long time, the browser was the only place JavaScript code could be executed. Web developers had to use different programming languages for the back end and the front end. That also meant that even as JavaScript evolved into a more robust and powerful language, it only remained a front-end language. Okay, though many attempts were made to create off-browser JavaScript environments, Node.js, invented by Ryan Dahl in 2009, founded unprecedented popularity. Okay. So Node.js is a JavaScript runtime or an environment that allows us to execute JavaScript code outside of the browser. Okay, was created with the goal of building web servers and web applications in JavaScript. It can also be used for building command line and desktop applications. I mean, all right. So in this lesson, you'll explore some features of Node so you can start feeling comfortable with running JavaScript in the Node environment. And yeah, so if anybody's wondering what course we're doing right now, we're just running through this. Okay, Node can be combined with any number of robust frameworks like the Express.js framework for creating effective web application backends. So there's more to learn about Node than we could ever fit in one lesson. Okay. So in this lesson, we'll provide you with a terminal that has Node.js installed. Run says theoretically can be used to program as well, but it's not efficient. I mean, I installed Node on my Kali Linux over here because I thought we might be able to host an application. But we'll see if we get to that point. Okay. So we'll provide you with a terminal that has Node.js installed. Okay. Let's see what version we have installed. Type node-v. Okay. We got, hey, I think I've got the same version on Kali Linux. No, it's not the same version. We got 22.21.1, and this is 22.19.0. Okay. And I think we can move on to the next thing. The node REPL. So I've heard of this, REPL. So REPL is an abbreviation for read, evaluate, print loop. It's a program that loops or repeatedly cycles through 3 different states. A read state where the program reads input from the user, an evaluate state where the program evaluates the user's input, and the print state where the program prints out the evaluation to the console. Okay. Thanto says, love cybersecurity but hate JavaScript. Well, I mean, you're going to have to... I mean, most web pages have JavaScript running on them, so it's kind of hard to avoid JavaScript, especially if you want to learn about web app security. But, I mean, JavaScript is a programming language, and a lot of programming languages have similar stuff going on. When you install Node, it comes with the built-in JavaScript REPL you can access by typing the command node. Oh, okay. Is this like an interactive terminal? Okay, this is the interactive terminal. I mean, there's something very similar inside of Python as well. So if you just type in Python, you can start running Python commands. Like this. You can also like set up variables. Make little strings. So I guess this is the Node's version over here. Okay, let's see. This character will show up in the terminal indicating that your REPL is running. So I mean, the REPL is, I guess that this is the interactive terminal. So it's running and prompting your input. The node REPL will evaluate your input line by line. You can indicate that your input is ready for eval when you hit enter. So you could do like console.log. Console.log like some string. Okay. Great. Okay, what's next? REPL can be extremely useful for performing calculations, learning a language, or developing code. I mean, it's kind of the same thing that happens when you access the console in your web browser. So if we go over to our web developer tools here, we've got our JavaScript console. And we can do console.log. Console.log is like the print function. And we can just run it inside the browser here. Yeah. Anyways, let's continue. So the node environment contains a number of node-specific global elements, in addition to those built into the JavaScript language. Let's try out the node REPL. Type node, we did that. Experiment on your own within the REPL to get a better sense of it. Access the global object. You can do console log global. Sure. Can we clear the screen? No, we can't clear the screen. Console.log global. Haha, gotta. Everybody, when you do hacking or programming stuff, You need to spell everything correctly. Okay, so we got a bunch of variable values here. Okay, so global, circular, clear immediate, set immediate. I don't know what these mean, but eventually maybe we will understand. Okay, it looks huge. A lot of that is because of the global.process object. Better to check out an easier to read list of properties with the global object. So we do object.keys, global. Oh, okay. So global, clear immediate, set immediate, clear interval. Still not completely understanding. Well, I mean, I think I've heard of this one. It's like ASCII to binary or something. A to B, ASCII to. Is it ASCII to binary? Or there's also B to A, maybe binary to ASCII. Fetch crypto something something. Great. So the global object has a lot of useful properties. Add a property to the global object, for example, global.cat meow. Okay, so let's do this. Console log global.cat undefined. Okay. Were we supposed to run this all at once? What's going on here? Okay, so you'll learn more about the global object as you explore Node, but remember that at its core, it's a JavaScript object. Okay, good. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. So running a program with Node. Node was designed with server-side web development in mind and has a lot of thoughtful functionality towards that end. It's most simple. It provides the ability to run JavaScript programs on your own computers instead of just in the browser. Okay, we'll need to create a file with a JS extension. We'll call ours myprogram.js. Next, we'll open that file with the text editor and add our code. Okay, how do we... So we got app.js. I guess we can just use nano to create the file called myprogram.js. Okay, there's no nano here. How do they want us to do it then? Is there like vi or vim? Okay, we have vi. So I guess we can use vi to create this thing. So to all the people who think that, oh, you know what? To all the people who think that I only know how to use nano, I can also use vi and vim on a very, very basic level. Anyways, okay, so this is just going to be console.log, hello world. Okay, and then we can get out of insert, we can save. DD change noun 1. Hold on. So it's like escape. Uh-oh. Destroy Vim forever. Well, I don't know about that. I think I'm gonna reload this page. I think I got kind of stuck. All right. So running a program with Node. So our code is complete. We want to execute it. Okay, so I don't think we need to do anything right now. Okay, node myprogram.js. The results of our program will print to the terminal, hello world, great. Let's write a program and run it with Node. Okay, so let's follow the actual instructions. So the instructions say, we've written a silly sentence JavaScript program in our app.js. There's a number of variables assigned to the string. So the string is empty string. Replace each of them with the words of the designated type. Let adjective equals silly. So we got noun, adjectives, and whatever. Okay, so let noun1 equal HackerFrogs. let adjective silly, let noun to equal, I don't know, what do HackerFrogs do? They've got sunglasses. Let verb equals, I don't know, hack. And we got noun number 3. Let's call it frogs. Okay. When you're ready to move on to the next step, click on the check work button. So check work. Okay. Let's run the program on the terminal to see its output. Type node app.js in the terminal and then press enter. Great. We got a Mad Lib. Aman Babu says, first time hearing somebody pronounce Vi. Vi? Oh, Vi. Yeah. So it's Vi or Vim. Or, I mean, how else could you pronounce it? Could you pronounce it like V? Maybe. Node app.js to run the program. The world's first HackerFrogs was a very silly sunglasses who loved to hack while eating frogs for every meal. That seems a bit morbid. Anyways, let's move on. Okay, so I think we ran it, right? Why didn't it check off? Run the program in the terminal. Type node app.js. Yeah, why doesn't this check off? Check work. Oh, we didn't check our work. Okay. Okay, Cannibal Frog, and thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Salut. Much appreciated. Okay, let's move on to the next thing. So core modules. So modularity is a software design technique where one program has distinct parts, each providing a single piece of the overall functionality. These separate modules have come together to build a cohesive whole. So, I mean, an interesting thing about Node.js is that it's been in the news a lot because of the NPM packages. So NPM packages are Node.js modules, and they've been used for supply chain attacks. Basically, people have been putting malicious code in the NPM modules, and it's been kind of a problem for the last couple months. Anyways, Piyush says, I came by your channel. Can you please tell me how to get into cybersecurity? I'm a complete beginner, and I want to learn cybersecurity. Yeah, sure. Piyush, we got a starter pack for people who are looking to try out cybersecurity, but they don't know where to go first. So the first thing you want to do is you want to teach yourself about like technology basics. The first 2 links are for a course called A+, and they basically teach you some basics about a lot of different types of technology. That's a good foundation for learning about the next thing, which is computer networking. And then after you learn your computer networking and your basic technology stuff, you can start learning about some basic hacking exercises. But anyways, we've got a break happening on Twitch right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the birds, because I love my birds, while I take a little break to have a bit of water. Okay, so enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. Is it free or do we need to pay? So everything that I provide is free. They're mostly like YouTube resources. So check out those YouTube playlists. Anyways, I'll be back in about 40 seconds. Just need a little bit of water. Enjoy the birds. Okay, let's put the birds away, get back to our coding stuff. So modularity, we're talking about Node.js, we're talking about, well, modules. So these separate modules come together to build a cohesive whole. Modularity is essential for creating scalable programs that incorporate libraries and frameworks that separate the program's concerns into manageable chunks. Essentially, a module is a collection of code located in a file. Instead of having an entire program located in a single file, code is organized into separate files based on the concerns they address. So these files can then be imported into other files by using the require function. To save developers from reinventing the wheel each time, Node.js has several built-in functions to perform common tasks efficiently. These are known as the core modules. So the core modules are defined within Node.js' source code. Oh, you know what we could do? Okay, let's create our own Node.js program over here. Let's just make a directory called node practice to work inside of, and let's move inside that directory. So we're just going to make a very simple Node program. So the one was, let's see, hello.js. Okay, and the only thing that's going to be in there is console.log hello world. Well, how about HackerFrogs rule? Hello HackerFrogs. Okay, and then we will terminate it with our semicolon, we'll save it out, and then we'll run the program. So node hello.js. Great, we managed to get it to run. Okay, let's move on. So require function, let's see. Require in the events core module, constant events equals require events. This is how we import stuff, I guess. So player says, thank you for these 4 playlists. I will try to complete them. I'll let you know. And then, can you tell me what to do next? Thank you. I mean, I've got a video that I'm meaning to update called like getting how to get into cybersecurity. It's a very basic video that talks about like some considerations if you want to do cybersecurity, because cybersecurity is a very large field. You need to figure out what part of cybersecurity you want to get into. Anyways, I'll get the link for that. Zane asks, do you use Sliver, C2, or Cobalt Strike? I don't use either. Generally, the people who use Sliver, C2, or Cobalt Strike are people who do like some heavy-duty pen testing. So either like, you know, people who do active pen testing or people who do red teaming. I don't do either. I do, but I mean, you know, those type of C2 programs are they're pretty specialized. I generally teach like beginners network hacking concepts. I think I've only ever used like Sliver once or twice. Anyways, what were you doing? Right, JavaScript, Node.js. So some core modules are actually used inside other core modules. For example, the util module can be used by the console module to format messages, etc. Okay. So let's see. Let's start by listing all of the core modules built into Node.js. We can do this from the Node REPL. Let's just type in Node. And then once you have run the command, do the check work button. Okay, so I think we're done with that. So once in the REPL, a complete list of core modules can be accessed by typing the command require module built-in modules. Okay, let's give that a try. So this gives us all of our core modules here. Require module, built-in modules. So we've got a bunch of different ones that we could potentially import into our code. Okay. So once you have run the command, select the check work button. Done. So as you can see, there are many modules already built into Node.js that are ready to be utilized. In the next few exercises, we'll explore some of the more useful ones in further detail. Great. Next. Okay, console module. So one of the most commonly used Node.js core modules is the console module. Okay, so the terminal is used to send and receive text feedback, often for debugging purposes. So the built-in console module exports a global console object that gives the terminal similar functionality. The console object provides many other of the familiar methods such as log. So console.log is going to print messages out. Console.table prints out a table in the terminal from an object or an array. Console.assert prints a message to the terminal if the value is falsy, if the assertion fails. So since console is a global module, its methods can be accessed from anywhere, and the require function is not necessary. Okay? So console.log my message. We've already been doing stuff like this. It's kind of similar to what we do in Python. So we do console.log in JavaScript, but in Python we do print. But in general, when you're learning a new language, learning a new programming language. So, I mean, if you're coming from another programming language, like most of my experience in programming is from Python. So I guess we could call it my first language. When you learn other languages, it becomes easier because my experience with Python has already introduced me to a lot of common programming language concepts, like stuff like variables, and Boolean values. Boolean values, data types. These are all the same across most languages. So each language is usually are usually different from each other in the way they do like loops, in the way they do defined functions, and the way they handle. So the loops are usually a little bit different, functions and like conditionals. So the way that, well, I mean, I guess another thing that each language does slightly different is like syntax. So whether or not you need to include like, what was the word? Semicolons to end all of your statements or not. But from here, we're trying to figure out how JavaScript is different from languages we already know, like Python. Of course, if you're learning it as your first language, it's all going to be new to you. Okay, Langster's Entropy says, I wonder if deep knowledge of object-oriented programming is important for today's kind of Python CTF languages. Python CTF languages, well, I mean, Python is an object-oriented language, so knowing some fundamentals about object-oriented languages is gonna help you out for sure. Okay, so in app.js we have an array of pets called petsArray. Use console.log to print petsArray to the terminal. Console.log petsArray. Hopefully this works. Let's see what happens when we run this. So we get the array, cat, dog, cat, bird, monkey, great. So next, using the console.table method, print petsArray to the terminal as a table. Okay, let's try it out. Great. Great. Okay, lastly, inside the console.assert method, assert that the length of petsArray is greater than 5. So it's like console.assert petsArray greater than 5. Is that what we want? Assertion failed. Did you use the console.assert to assert that the length of the pets array is greater than 5? Did I use the wrong... Greater than 5. My syntax is probably screwed up. What's it supposed to look like? Inside the console.assert method, okay, assert that the length of pets array is greater than 5. So pets array greater than 5. Something tells me that my syntax is a little bit... So to find the length of an array, use name of array dot length. Oh, okay. So we need to use pets.array.length greater than 5. The length method. Yeah, for sure. Okay, let's try that again. Assertion failed. So name of array.length greater than 5. So assertion failed, but did we succeed up here? Yeah, okay, it worked. Good. Okay, we can move on to the next thing. Okay, process module. So in computer science, the process is the instance of a computer program that is being executed. You can open Task Manager if you're on Windows or Activity Monitor to see information about various processes. Okay, so I mean, if we're talking about Linux, I can get all the running processes like this. So these are all the processes that are running on my Kali Linux machine. Processes are just running programs. Okay, we got process.argv. So process.argv property holds an array of command line variables or values provided when the process is first initiated. The first element of the array is the absolute path to which node is installed. Okay, second element is the path to which the file was executed to start the process. So given the following in my program.js, console.log process.argv. If we execute this command, node myprogram.js testing several features, the output will likely be user bin node, and then path to file myprogram.js testing several features. Process.env is a property. This property is an object that stores and controls information about the environment in which the process is currently running. So process.env contains a pwd property which holds a string indicating the absolute path of the directory from which the current process is executed. Okay, it can be useful to have some if-else logic in the program depending on the current environment. Web application in development phase might perform different tasks when it's live to users. Then when it's live to users, we could store this information in process.env. One convention is to add a property to process.env with the key node.env and the value of either production or development. First, we can use a command line argument to set the node.env property. If process.argv element 2 and process argv element 2 is exactly equal to dev, then process.env node.env is exactly equal to development. Else, process.env node.env is exactly equal to production. Okay, so given this code, node myprogram.js dev will set the environment to development mode. Okay, so we just need to keep track that this is the first argument and this is the second argument. So argv, this is argv1 and this is argv2. I'm not sure if this would be considered argv0 or if that we start counting from 1. Then we can specify different functionality based on the desired execution environment. Okay. So if process.env Node.env is exactly equal to development, then start development server function. We run this function here, start development server, and then we print something to the console. Console.log testing, does everything work okay? Or else, if process.env Node.env equals production, then we run another function called start production server. Process.memory usage. So process.memory usage method returns information on the CPU demands of the current process. So it'll return a property that looks like this. Okay, so not exactly sure what all this stuff means. I didn't major in computer science, but it probably makes sense to, well, it probably makes sense once you have it explained. Okay. So heap can mean different things in different contexts. A heap can refer to a specific data structure. It can also refer to a block of computer memory. Here it refers to the latter. The heap used property will be a number representing how many bytes of memory the process is currently using. Okay, so heap used is equal to a number of bytes. So heap total and heap used, these are all bytes. I mean, I assume that everything here is going to be bytes, unless they tell us otherwise. Okay, we've only covered a few of the properties of the process object, so make sure to check out the documentation. Misadventures in Astra, thank you very much for lurking. Thank you. Let's get some practice using the process object. So we want to program app.js to store the amount of memory being used, heap used, perform an operation, and then compare the final amount of memory used to the original amount. Right now, the initial memory variable is assigned to null. Change this line. So the initial memory is instead assigned the value of the heap used property of the object returned from invoking process.memory usage. Okay, so what are we supposed to do? Initial memory is null. So where is it? Let initial memory equal null. Let word equal null. Initial memory is instead assigned to the value of the heap used property. So this is going to be process.memory usage. Process.memory usage heap used. That's my best guess as to how we're supposed to be doing it. But I could be wrong. Okay, let's check our work. No. Try checking your code again, you likely have a syntax error. So initial memory equals process.memory usage heap used. So it's probably so heap used is like the second thing in the array, right? Maybe it's process memory usage element 2 or element 1. Was that actually it? Okay. Did you assign initial memory the value of the heap used property expected heap total 89 heap used? So they want us to do like heap used, right? Yeah, it's the wrong element. Okay, so heap used is the second element. So this is element 0, this is element 1, and this is element 2. Okay, let's get some help. So the object returned from process.memoryUsage contains a property whose key is heap used. We can access that property using the dot notation. Okay, so this is... okay. This isn't... Yeah, this is a little bit different from what I used in Python. Okay, so this heap used. It's good to know. This is good to know for the future. Let's check the work again. Okay, now it came back okay. So we want the user of the program to be able to fill in their own word when they run the program. Right now, word is assigned to null. Change the program so that when the user initiates the program with an additional command or line argument, word will be assigned to that value. For example, running the command with the command node app.js code academy would result in the word being assigned the value code academy. Okay, so I think I know what we're doing in this case. So let word equals argv, like argv element 2, right? Yeah, it should be argv element 2. But let me check up here first. So it's gonna, oh, okay, it's gonna be process.argv2. Process.argv2. Yeah, okay, I think this is it. Let's check the work. Okay, I think that went through okay. Great. Okay, and then awesome, let's run the program. Type node app.js, followed by any word you like, then hit enter. Great. So node app.js HackerFrogs. Okay, your word is HackerFrogs. Starting memory usage is this, and then current memory usage is this. After using the loop to add elements to the array, the process is using this many more bytes of memory. Great. Check the work. Done. Okay. All right, so we're coding using Node. It's awesome. Next. The OS module. Okay, so when developing or debugging an app, it can be helpful to have information about the computer operating system or network where the program is running. Before Node, this information could not be retrieved using JavaScript due to the language being confined to the browser. However, since Node.js is a JavaScript runtime that is independent of the browser, we're able to access much of this information through the OS core module. Unlike process and console, the OS module is not global, so it must be imported to the file in order to gain access to the methods. Okay, so we can do constant OS equals require OS. Okay, let's do it. Require, so require is a function that imports a module. This doesn't feel totally foreign, which is nice. It seems that learning Python beforehand is helping us out. So the OS module is saved to the OS variable. It can access methods such as type, returns the computer's operating system, arch, returns the operating system CPU architecture, network interfaces, which gets information about the network interfaces. We should try this out ourselves. So on our Kali Linux machine, where are we? Let's call this our Node.js window. Python is the same thing with import OS. Yeah, it's I mean, all programming languages that are modular have the same type of thing. So we got hello.js. Let's make something called test.js. Okay, so we'll just put some functions in here. So constant OS require OS. Let's just copy that and use it in our own code. Just make everything a little bit bigger so that we can see all of our code. console.log what is it? os.type, right? I don't know if I did that correctly. We'll figure it out very, very soon. So this is just a function. Okay, I guess I'm not doing it right. What site are you learning on? Yeah, we're learning on CodeCademy. It's a very popular website for learning about all sorts of programming topics. There you go. So network interfaces. I guess we're not doing this correctly. I guess it'll tell us how to do it in just a second. So constant local equals home directory, os.homedir, operating system equals os.type. Oh, we need to run this as a function. Okay. Let's go back in. Okay, then we'll run it again. We get Linux. Awesome. We are running Linux, so no problem. Okay, so what do we got? os.homedir, operating system os type, last reboot os.uptime. So constant local. So this is like this is an object. So I guess this is JSON object. Yeah, I think I'm starting to understand. Maybe. So in this code, we import the OS module and then store it in a variable. OS, we have an object local that has some information about the user's computer. The name of the home directory, the type of operating system, and then the amount of time. I mean, we could grab all this and then we can put it in our own test file, right? Go back in here. And then run Node.js. Oh, there's no print function. Okay, so would we do console.log? Console log local? Yeah, awesome. So let's see, we got our home directory, which is home the Shy Hat. We got our operating system Linux, and we got our last reboot. Is this in like number of, is this seconds? I'm not too sure what which unit this is using. Okay, in this code we import the OS module and store it to the variable OS. We have our object local that will hold some information about the user's computer. The name of the home directory. Okay. So when we run the program, the local object stores all the requested information. Oh, these are seconds. Feel free to try running some of the OS module methods on your own computer to get information about the hardware, OS, and network that you're on. Okay, and the tasks that follow, the OS module will return information from the learning environment hosted by CodeCademy, not your local computer. I mean, we can just grab the code and paste it into our window. Like this, and then will this be saved? Node. So just like before, we need to add our console.log command here as well. Console log local. Okay, so we've got our home directory, operating system, and last reboot. All good. What else do they want us to do? Okay, next, after the line importing the OS module, create an object called server. Within server, add the following keys. So type, architecture, and uptime. So here we're gonna constant server equals an object. So we're gonna do three different three different key value pairs. So this is going to be type. It's going to be architecture. And it's going to be uptime. I guess we should capitalize these. So these are going to be os dot type. Architecture is going to be os.arch. And uptime is going to be os.uptime. I think I think this is what we want. So we got home dir, type, and then uptime. Uptime is the same. Type is the same, and then arch is a different thing. I hope this is I hope this is the right format. Okay, let's try running it again. Okay, so we got type Linux, architecture x64, and then uptime this number. Okay, and then we'll check our work. Did you add a key named type to server and then set its value to the result of calling the OS method of the same name? Oh, what do they want? So did you add a key named type to server and then set its value to the result of calling the OS? Oh, they want, okay. They want the spelling to be exact. So they want this, and they want this. Let's check it again. Did you add a key named uptime to server? Didn't? Isn't this what they want? After the line importing the OS module, create an object named server. Oh, the line after the line importing the OS module. Okay, so yeah, maybe it's not in the right place. I guess we're gonna have to move this around. So we need type, architecture, and uptime. Check it again. Okay, now it's correct. That's what they wanted. Okay, finally log the server object to the console and run the program by typing Node.js in the terminal. I think we just need to run the program one more time. Check our work. We're done. Okay, move on to the next thing. Okay, the util module. So developers sometimes use the term utility function to describe outlier functions that are used to maintain code and debug certain aspects of the program's functionality. Utility functions don't necessarily create new features in a program, but think of them as using internal tools. The util core module contains methods specifically designed for these purposes. It is not global, so we need to import it. Okay. Hey, Red Sly Fox. Hello, nice to see you here. We're just about finished with our JavaScript lesson, or not a lesson. It's me trying to figure out how JavaScript works. So util types. One important type object is types, which provides methods for runtime type checking in Node. Great. What do we got? So constant util. So this is going to import the module. So constant today equals new date. New date. So I guess this is like a class object. Date. Constant earth day equals April 22nd, 2022. Oh yeah, okay. Hello, nice to see you here. What is up? Well, we're just about to be finished with our coding stuff. Hyper OP says, I need your help. I hope you're not going to ask me to do something illegal. What do you need help with, Hyper OP? util.types.isDate today. Great. So the isDate method checks for the date objects and then returns a Boolean value. So it checks to see if these objects exist, I guess. Today is a date object, it returns true. Since Earth Day is a string, it returns false. Okay, so CLI burp. I mean, I don't really do too many CLI commands inside of burp. Okay, so HyperOP says, just install Python in a terminal. I want to get a screenshot for my college assignment. Install Python in a terminal. I want to screenshot your college assignment. Your college assignment. So can you explain to me what you're trying to do? You're trying to install Python onto your system? Okay, so I think we'll just stop here because there's a lot of okay, we'll try to finish this page because we're on 8 of 9. Anyways, okay, utility module. Node.js utility module contains stuff, okay? Utility types. So utility can check on whether or not the isDate object exists. Okay. Gives us a Boolean value of true or false. So HyperOP, you're talking about Kali Linux? If you're using Kali Linux, Python should be installed in the terminal. So you just need to check which Python. If it doesn't give you a response, you check which Python 3 or which Python 2. And if this exists, if either, when you give this command, it'll check to see if something's installed. If it gives you this kind of output, then it is installed. So just type in which Python. You should be able to get a response. Okay, so there's also, what do we got? Types is async function. There's also a shortcut for directly importing the types object. This is particularly useful if you plan to use type checking functions, but not any other functionality from util. Oh, okay. So just like Python, you can import specific functions. So require util/types. So this is how you would do it. Like in Python, you would do from something import something else. Okay, so that was util types, and the next thing we're looking at is util promisify. Promisify, that's a weird word. Okay, so this method turns callback functions into promises. What are promises? So as you likely know, asynchronous programming is essential in Node.js. In the beginning, this is asynchrony was achieved using error-first callback functions, which is still very prevalent in the Node ecosystem today. But since promises are often preferred over callbacks, and especially nested callbacks, Node offers a way to turn these into promises. Okay, so apt install Python 3 would install Python if you don't have it. Yeah, that would work because Kali Linux uses Debian, and Debian uses apt as the package manager. Okay, so if anybody knows JavaScript and you can explain what promises are, I would appreciate it because I'm not really sure what promises mean in this case. Okay, so we have a JavaScript function here. So function get user ID callback. So this is the name of the function is called get user. It takes in 2 arguments, ID and callback. It returns set timeout. But we've got some other stuff here. If ID is equal to 5, then run the callback function with null and then an object nickname Teddy. Else callback new error, user not found. Wait, what is this? What is this 1000 attached to? Okay, so Heliana Mooney says a function that runs later, that's a promise. So a function that runs later is a promise, okay. So what does it say when you click on it in Codecademy? Oh, that's a good question. Sometimes they've got like clickable links, promises. So a JavaScript promise is an object that can be used to get the outcome of an asynchronous function operation when the result is not instantly available. Get the outcome of an asynchronous operation when the result is not instantly available. Okay, and I guess that's kind of the same. Hiliana says a function that runs later. Interesting. Okay, function callback error user if error then console.error error.message. Okay, return console.log user found, their nickname is something something, user1 callback prints user not found, user get user 5 callback prints user found, their nickname is Teddy. Okay. So HyperOP says I did apt install pi3. It showed me waiting for cache lock. Could not get lock something. Pi3. So Hyper, are you still trying to install Python right now, or are you trying to do something else? Okay, we have a function that requires a database for a specified user ID. Thank you very much, Junkyard Dog, for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. So get user methods are very common in backend applications, and many will also support error first callbacks. Since a database query typically takes longer than the other operations, we simulate the query using set timeout, which executes a callback function after 1000 milliseconds or 1 second. If the user with a specific ID is found, the callback function is executed with the null passed in as the argument for the error parameter, and an object containing the registered returned user information is passed in as an argument for the user parameter. If the user is not found, the callback function is executed passing in the new error as the argument for the error parameter. Second argument for the error, a second argument for user is not necessary since the function will return in the case of an error. Okay, this way of handling this function may seem a bit convoluted these days, but with Promisify, we can easily change into a modern, cleaner, and more maintainable version of itself. So constant util equals, okay, so we just import the util module here. We get user promise, util.promisify get user. So get user promise is this thing, and then we got an asynchronous function, try to get user ID. So async function Specifying what kind of function doesn't exist in Python, so this is a new thing. So try to get user ID. Try to get user with the ID as the parameter. Try constant user equals await. Await. Okay, so we create a new variable called user. Get user promise ID. Get user promise ID is another function. Oh, okay. Get user promise is another function inside of the utility module called permissify get user. Okay. Console.log user found. Their nickname is user.nickname. Catch E console error user not found. Okay. Prints try to get user 1 is user not found, and try to get user 5 user nickname. Well, user found their nickname is something. Okay. This is an extremely simplified example, but it's helpful to recognize how to use this important tool when you start working with more complex callback functions. So I guess we're gonna get to try to do it here. Okay, so in the app.js, we've imported an object containing long-distance hiking trails in the United States. You can view that object by opening trails.js. Trails.js. Interesting. Below the import in app.js is a callback function getTrailDistance that's ready to be converted using util.promisify. Start by importing the util module at the top of the app.js and saving it to the variable called util. Okay, so it's going to be constant util equals something. Start by importing the util module at the top of the app.js. Okay. Sorry. Require an in util module here. So at the top of the thing, we need to constant util equals require util. Okay, and then importing the util module. Okay, this is it. Do we run it? Okay, good. Next, after the callback function, call at the bottom of the file. Okay, at the bottom of the file, callback function, declare a constant variable named getTrailDistancePromise. So constant variable getTrailDistancePromise. And set it equal to the result of promisifying getTrailDistance. Okay, so Red Team Murky, hello, nice to see you here. Yo, Shy Hat, what are we doing today? So we're just finishing off our little section on learning about Node.js. And then we're going to be moving on to like IoT hacking over at TryHackMe. If you want to take a look at it beforehand, we're going to be doing this room. Okay, so declare a constant variable named getTrailDistancePromise and set it equal to the result of permissifying get trail distance. So util.permissify. Get trail distance promise. I'm not too sure if this is the syntax. I should probably check up above. So where do they do the permissify? Util.permissify. Okay, so it looks about the same. Okay, so I think we've done it. Red Sly Fox says this is web dev stuff. Yeah, it is web dev stuff. I want to understand web development a little bit better. Hopefully so that I can understand the security better. But the first thing you need to do to hack a system is to understand how the system works normally first. Did you call util.permissify, passing get trail distance as an argument, and storing the result in get trail distance promise? Constant get trail distance promise. Oh, did I spell this correctly? Get trail distance promise equals util.permissify, setting it equal to the result of permissifying get trail distance. So do we need to put it between some quotes like this? Or more the parameters? We need to put it between some parentheses. No promise on line 36. Line 36, I mean, it only goes up to line 35. Okay, so no promise on line 36, just get trail distance. Get distance. Oh, it's get trail distance. Okay. I see what you mean. I see what you mean now, Segfaults. Okay, get trail distance. Let's try it again. Okay, no, that works. Great. Okay, next, define an async function called getTrailDistance that takes a single parameter trail name. Within this function, use await with the try catch block to call. Get trail distance promise with the trail name to get the matching trail if it exists. If a trail with the given name exists, log the following string to the console. No worries. I appreciate the input. Okay, so thank you very much for subscribing. Gaming Experience on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So what are we supposed to do? Define an async function called getTrailDistance. Let's see, callback function. I guess we can, it doesn't tell us where we're supposed to define the async function, so I guess I'll just do it at the bottom. So let's see, async function try get trail distance. So I've never really function callback. Oh, okay. So we need to specify the parameters as well, right? So we'll specify the parameters here. Try get trail distance. It takes in a single parameter trail name. So here, trail name. Within this function, use await with a try-catch block to call get trail distance promise with the trail name to get the matching trail if it exists. So let's see. So the await with the try catch block, let's see if we can get an example up over here. So the try catch block is going to be something like this. Okay, let me just copy that and use it as like what is it called? Template. Okay, so we don't need to worry about indentation here, but I guess we want to keep it indented. So try something. Okay, they want us to do what? With this function, use await with the try catch block to call get trail distance promise. So await get trail distance promise with the trail name okay, and then to get the matching trail if it exists. So we will console log something. Console log the nickname is miles long. How do we set this up? So the nickname is miles long. So nickname is going to be, we got NCT. They probably have like an example up above here because it's printing something, right? The nickname is, okay, so we can use this stuff right here. We can use exactly this. Okay. Just copy it. Oh, but we didn't put in the backticks here. Backticks. Okay, so with nickname and miles, we use the nickname and miles passed in. So if no trail exists within a given name, log the trail not found trail name to the console where trail name is the trail name that was passed in. Okay, so console error equals trail not found and trail name. So is trail name like, is trail name a variable in here? So trail name or trail? Okay. So when passed a valid trail name, does try get trail distance log the nickname is miles long to the console where nickname and miles are filled with the nickname and miles property values of the passed in trail. Okay. I think we need to get a hint for this. So refer to the definition of try to get user in the narrative for help. Try to get trail distance should be defined in a similar fashion. So I'm wondering which part of the function isn't going through. Because this works. Oh, we need to, well, okay, we need to set this up. So else constant something something and then constant something something. Okay, let me grab this. Okay. Else catch constant. So here we just need the trail name, right? Okay, Mr. Duck. Sorry, I need to switch up my music just a second. Okay, music is a bit low. If anybody finds the music too loud, let me know. I just want it a little bit louder. Okay, so Mr. Duck says, can somebody say how long it would take to learn cybersecurity at the middle level? If, for example, I already know 3 programming languages and you already know how different parts of the computer work. So Mick Duck, well, not Mr. Duck, Mick Duck, how long does it learn to learn cybersecurity if I already know 3 programming languages? So, I mean, which programming languages do you know, if you don't mind me asking? And how well do you know those programming languages? So if you just give me that answer, I might be able to better answer your question. So CJ Web Design says, I just got back. Some Node.js. Yeah, we're working on some Node.js right now. So catch constant trail equals trail data dot trail name, I think. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Hello, Saya Lukman. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so constant trail equals trail data dot trail name, and then console error trail not found trail. So this, I mean, this should work. Should work. Constant user equals await. The nickname is, oh, we need to define these as well. Okay, we define them down here as well. Okay, so what do we got? Ichio Vensky says, hi, is Node.js and JS the same? So Node.js uses like JavaScript, right? So they're basically the same language, but used for different purposes. Okay, so let's try running the thing. Does it work? Is it giving us an error? No. It didn't give us an error, but it didn't say that we did it correctly, which is kind of weird. Yeah, it still says that we're not doing it correctly. Are we supposed to do something afterwards? So we defined the async function up here. Yeah. Takes in a single parameter trail name. Okay. And Sebarn, I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Sebarn, you say something about C programming. What about C programming are you trying to say? Okay, so within this function, use a wait with a try catch block to call this get trail distance promise with the trail name to get the matching trail if it exists. If a trail with the given name exists, log the following string to the console. Okay, can you tell me how to spin up an FTP server using Python? Well, it's probably something that... Let me see if I can look it up really quick. I mean, this isn't something I do on a regular basis. Python FTP server. So to create a Python FTP server, the recommended approach is to use a dedicated third-party tool like PyFTP dlib or Twisted, as Python's built-in FTP lib module only provides client-side functionality. So I mean, I've never really used Python to stand up an FTP server before, but you can probably look it up without too much difficulty. Okay, so let's see. The nickname is Miles Long. Console error. Trail not found trail. So trail is equal to trail.data, trail name. Yeah, I'm not too sure what's wrong here. Okay, you sure you just don't need an HTTP server and get a file from it? Assuming this is some HTTP box. So 6364 is probably behind in the playback. I'm just gonna ask over here. Just a second. Okay, I guess I'll just get the solution to see what I'm doing wrong. Okay, so require in util module here. Okay, we did that someplace else. So async function, try to get trail distance with trail name. Async function. Oh, we were supposed to put it somewhere else. Why is this repeated? Oh, if you were behind, no worries. That's fine. But what were we talking about? You sure you just don't need an HTTP server and get a file from it? Yeah, that's exactly what we did. Way back when. Okay, let's just press the I believe button so we can move on to the next thing. Okay, so we can, let's see, you turned a dusty old callback function into a shiny new promise. Try get trail distance with both real and fake trail names. I don't even know what those are. Anyways. Okay, so we're just going to move on to the next thing. And yeah, let's move on to the last portion of today's stream. So this is going to be topic number 4. It is here, and let's okay. Oh, you're answering a question from Ichiovensky. Ichiovensky was asking about FTP though. Anyways, let's how much time do we have? I think the module shouldn't take us any more than like an hour. So I'm just gonna set the timer for an hour, and we're gonna be doing this room from TryHackMe. This is a free room, so you don't need to pay money or have a subscription on TryHackMe to try this out. And let's put Codecademy away. We're not doing it anymore. So we're going to be talking about pen testing, or like doing hacking against the MQTT protocol. This is probably a good guide for pen test. This is a good guide for pen testing MQTT. It's from the very famous Hacktricks Wiki website, which has a lot of great information about hacking against all sorts of network protocols. But we're working on this room right now. First thing we need to do is start up the machine. So this room is called Bugged, and the room description says John likes to live in a very internet-connected world, maybe too connected. Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to be hacking against his smart appliances. We'll start this up. And we need to connect to the network. So our platform access, we were previously connected to the EchoCTF network. We now have to access the TryHackMe network, which is this VPN key over here. Okay, so we should be connected to the TryHackMe network. So we have a ton 0 interface, then it's up. The only thing we need to do to check our connectivity is to try to ping the machine after it finishes spinning up. So it should be coming back to us in just a couple of seconds. Okay, so this is the IP address right here. We will try to ping the machine. And we can't ping the machine. How about we try to nmap the machine then? So we're not doing Node.js anymore. Let's rename this window. This will be our port scanning window again. Okay, I don't think we're connected to the network. So the machine may take 3 to 5 minutes to fully boot, so maybe we should just hang tight for a little bit, because it tells us that we're supposed to wait. I mean, the other thing what we could do is we could try to access this on the TryHackMe machine, so the TryHackMe attack box. Let's just wait a little bit. In the meantime, we can try... Oh, okay. So I think the machine is up now. So we got port 22. And let's just do a quick ping, just to make sure. Okay, we're connected. Great. So Ichiovensky says, when I created a web server with the service Apache 2 start, and I can see the files like .html on my laptop, but when I tried to enter the same IP with the file name, in my mobile with Chrome, it didn't show up. So it just showed error, couldn't connect. So Ichiovensky, you're running the service locally. So if you're running the service locally, then only the local computer should be able to see it. So what are we talking about here? So if you have like a local web server running, only the local machine can access the web page. Every other machine cannot access it. So Eric says, you're not on the same LAN? Yeah. If you're running a local web server, only machines that are connected to the network should be able to see it. Okay, what are we doing here? We're doing some port scanning. We were only able to access port 22. That's weird, because there was supposed to be... There was supposed to be like MQTT, so we're talking about like Internet of Things. Okay, so John was working on his smart home appliances. You noticed some weird traffic going across the network. Can you figure him out? Can you help him figure out what these weird network communications are? So what is the flag? I mean, the only thing it tells us is what is the flag, but there's only one port open on this network. Oh, no, there's two ports. Okay, there's 18.1883, which is the MQTT port. So how to participate? Yeah, so we're currently doing this room right here on TryHackMe. You need to have an account over at TryHackMe. You don't need to have a paid account. So just log into TryHackMe and then go over to this room. We're trying to figure out what's going on this port. So the port is, well, we're talking about MQTT. So the MQTT protocol /service. So this is protocol used by Internet of Things, otherwise known as IoT devices. So this is sends messages from the IoT device. Actually, yeah, I mean, sends messages. I guess we could say that it broadcasts messages. So these messages can have sensitive information. So if we talk about like common IoT devices, maybe you've got like a smart thermostat. And in that case, it would send information about the current temperature or information about the set temperature. Maybe it can also have some information about the time, etc., etc. Okay, so let's see. Smokey says, what would you say is the best that I learn next? Okay, burp or OWASP zap, what should I learn next? So I mean, if you're talking about like web app security, education, or training, learn Burp Suite. Over OWASP zap. I don't think it's called OWASP zap anymore, but everybody uses Burp Suite. Nobody uses zap. Not nobody, but very few people use zap, but Burp Suite is the industry standard tool. Okay, Ichiovensky says, how about if I connect the laptop and the mobile, with the same Wi-Fi, would it work? But I mean, if they're on the same Wi-Fi network, then they should be able to communicate with each other. Okay, so we're hacking MQTT. Let's do this. So we've got our little guide over here. So pen testing MQTT, otherwise known as port 1883. I guess we should talk about this. Uses port 1883 by default. Okay, so Smokey says, I can learn Burp Suite and OSAP, but what should I do next for pen testing? Well, I mean, what do you want to learn how to pen test? Are you talking about like web app stuff still? If you're talking about web app stuff, then I mean the best place to learn is probably Portswigger Academy. Actually, let me just get the full list of education links. So check out the page. You're looking at web app specifically, okay. Web app hacking. Take a look over here. So we got web app education, we've got hacking education, we got Portswigger Academy, Over the Wire Natus, PicoCTF Web Challenges, Ring 0 CTF. Basically, the best place to learn is Portswigger Academy. Itchyavensky says, I completed Linux basics, I know SQL, moderate Python, I'm doing networking after this. What should I choose next for pen testing for ethical hacking and cybersecurity? It really depends on what you're talking about. You want to do pen testing as your specialization, as the thing that you want to get a job in, then you probably want to decide which specialization inside of pen testing, because pen testing has a lot of specializations. So there's network pen testing, and if you're talking about network pen testing, then you have to learn a lot about Windows Active Directory, because most network pen testing involves Windows Active Directory, so otherwise known as AD. There is web app pen testing, and if you're learning about web app pen testing, then you probably want to go to Portswigger Academy and learn all about the different web app attacks, because there's a lot of them as well. Another specialization you could go into is like cloud pen testing. So if you're learning about cloud pen testing, you have to learn about Azure AD. Not necessarily Azure AD, but maybe the first thing you want to learn is about AWS or Amazon Web Services. And learn about how to do security on that. Also Azure AD. So if you're talking about pen testing, pick a specialty. Each one of those specialties is going to lead you down a different path. Alright, so MQTT, so port 1883, broadcast messages from the IoT device. What do you got? MQ telemetry transport, MQTT, is known as a publish-subscribe messaging protocol. Stands out for its extreme simpleness and lightness, okay? Protocol is specially tailored for environments where devices have limited capabilities and operate over networks that are characterized by low bandwidth, high latency, or unreliable connections. So the default port is 1883. Inspect the traffic. So with the connect packet, when a connect packet is received by MQTT brokers, a CONNAC packet is sent back, great. So it contains a return code Return code of 00 means that the credentials have been accepted. A return code of hex 05 signals that the credentials are invalid. Okay. So how do we pen test against MQTT? So to connect to an MQTT service, you can use Python MQTT client shell. Okay, well, I mean, here's a little tool that we can use. Why not? Okay, let's take a look at this. So Python-based MQTT client shell, written in Python. Copy this file to the desired folder location. Inside the, let's see, Python client, use PyPy. Maybe we should use a simpler tool first. Bitwolf, hello, nice to see you here. What is up? What is up? You know what we haven't done too much today? We haven't done too many of these. Hack the planet, my friends.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so let's go back. What else can we do here? So pen testing. So MQTT client shell. You could also use MQTT pwn. MQTT pwn. You can also use Mosquito clients, or you could run this code to try to connect to an MQTT service without authentication. Subscribe to every topic and listen. So this is a modified. So this is a. I mean, here's some Python script, but I don't know if we can run this Python script by default. Okay, Yoshi Big History says, do you have a disk? What kind of disk are we talking about? Okay, so let's create that file. MQ. Let's call this hackmqtt.py. Paste in the script. Paho mqtt.client. I don't know if we have this installed. So the host is definitely not going to be localhost. It's going to be something else. Here's our IP address here. Do I have a disk group? Oh, Discord. You're talking about Discord, right? Okay. Yeah, here's the Discord. Here's the Reddit. Okay, we've got an ad running on Twitch right now, so when ads run on Twitch, we take a little break, and let's put on some birds. So here are some of my favorite birds, just hanging out. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just gonna take a little water break. Enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. Swipe it says birds, 2 birds. Yep, that's 2 birds. These are my favorite birds. They're, what are they again? They're Stellar's jays. So they're the West Coast version of the Blue Jay. The East Coast has the regular Blue Jay. The West Coast has these guys, Stellar's jays. And I've got a little security camera that records them. Anyways, Leon is just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Okay, we'll put the birds away, we'll get back to the hacking. But these guys, I love these guys. Okay, Ichavensky says, should I complete the 15-hour pen testing tutorial by free code camp after networking, then I should choose a specialization? Do you have any suggestions? I would love to hear. I mean, you're talking about the... I haven't actually taken a look at free code camp. Does the camera use MQTT? No, it uses a different protocol. I think these cameras use like real-time streaming protocol or something like that. Real-time streaming protocol, or RTSP. This is the protocol that the security cameras use. Oh, yeah, Aven LL, thank you. Yeah, I haven't seen the video talking about the Japanese researcher talking about birds using language. It was a really cool. That's a really cool video, by the way. Bitwolf says, "Gorgeous birds, though." Yeah, I love these birds, and I think birds are super cool. Anyways, we're gonna try. Okay. Somebody was asking about Savage. Yeah, Savage said, "Wait, is this stuff possible on the open internet, or do we have or must we have access to the LAN?" When I'm pretty sure you could find like open devices on the internet that have like 1883, like MQTT exposed. You'd probably find it on like shodan.io. So I mean, I'm not gonna demonstrate here, but you could give it a try. Okay, Langston's Entropy says birds are secret government spy drones. Well, I mean, maybe some of them. Anyways, Akira says, try Bandit. We've completed everything in Bandit. So if you wanted to get like a playlist that has all the Bandit stuff. That's not how you spell Bandit. So over the wire Bandit challenges, we've completed every level, and we made videos for each one of them. So Cypher asks, can computers really decode any more animal language than a human could after spending time with pets? Well, I mean, the advantage of using computers to try to do stuff is that computers can run 24/7, and they can look through like big data sets without complaining or getting tired. The advantage is that computers are really good at sifting through information, like really large data sets. Okay, so let's see if we can run this. So Python hack MQTT. Okay. Deprecation warning. Callback API version 1 is deprecated. Update to latest version. Callback API version 1 is deprecated. Callback API version 1. So we need to... Hold on. So line 17. So client equals mqtt.client. Okay, over the wire is fun. Have you done Leviathan? I think we've only done a couple of levels from Leviathan. I don't think we got very far. Let's look it up. So walkthroughs. If you want to take a look at all the exercises that we've done over at HackerFrogs, this is the GitHub repository over here for all the different CTF challenges we've done. So we've got over the wire, Leviathan. We've done like up to level... We've completed up to level 2. Yeah, we didn't get past level 2. Well, we finished level 2. We didn't complete level 3. Have you watched True Detective? I don't think I've watched any True Detective. So XR says, do you ever revisit microcorruption? I think, well, I mean, I came to the conclusion that microcorruption is a little bit too complicated for me. And I'd rather... Microcorruption also uses it uses like a different type of, what is it called? Assembly language. I'd rather spend my time learning about like x86 assembly language or something else? Okay, so how do we MQTT.client? Let's do a little search. Okay, so the MQTT client version 2 improve support for MQTT version 5 and make the API more consistent. So how do we use it? So how to use or migrate to version 2? For new projects, version 2 or higher is recommended. You can install it using pip. So pip install paho mqtt. Okay, and how do we specify using version 2? So allows old version 1 code to run with the version 2 client deprecated. Well, I mean, I guess we need to replace this line of the code. Okay, so let's... So instead of MQTT client, we need to specify this stuff. MQTT callback API version 1. Let's see if it works. Callback API version 1 is deprecated, so we can't use version 1. So how do we make sure we're using version 2? Okay, so I mean, I've never really used this before. Let's try asking our good friend the AI. Ooh, haven't tried. Let's try Perplexity AI. Maybe it'll know what to do. Okay, what do we got? Checking documentation for updating MQTT client to version 2 API. So that warning means your script is using Paho's old callback API. With Paho MQTT 2.x, you should be able to explicitly opt into v2. So change the client creation to client equals MQTT client. Paho 2 lets you use version 1 old or version 2 new. Callback API version .version 2. So do I just need to change this to version 2? Let's see, Segfault says HackTricks has one more trick that can do this, okay. Vanch the Beast, hello, nice to see you. You're a backend engineer and a pen tester at the same time. I'm not a backend engineer. I am not a backend engineer. I just want to make that clear. I'm not. Okay, I think you need to update, try MQTT version. I mean, let's see if this code works first. It runs, but nothing comes out. Is that supposed to be... is that normal? Run the main function. So it runs the main function. Client connect host port. So we got the host, we got the port. client.loop_start. So loop start is we got on connect, we got on message. So you're primarily a pen tester. Yeah, so I mean I do security stuff, and I'm not I learned like development stuff as a means to improve my security education. So Comrade Soul, hello, nice to see you here. Thank you. And music videos, hello to you as well. Thank you for following Suffocation. Suffocation is a heck of a username, but welcome on in. Thank you for following on Twitch. So hack tricks is one more trick that can do it, if you want to do that. Yeah, I mean, we're not having a lot of success with the Python script. Let's look back. So the publish subscribe pattern, publish subscribe is a model composed of publishers and subscriptions and brokers and topics. Okay, so music video says I'm starting studying today. Can you teach me your classes? I mean, if you're just starting out, I've got a starter pack of different YouTube playlists you can try. So the first two playlists are for getting you up to speed on general tech topics, and then the third one is for computer networking. So computer networking is pretty... So Vanch, the Beast says, I am learning PHP. PHP. So let's see, I was looking in Mosquito Sub. Okay, Gamer Girl Clubs. Hello, nice to see you here. For someone with an IT background, which certifications should I start with to get into cybersecurity? So, okay, so if you are from an IT background, I mean, it really depends on what role you want to do in cybersecurity. I mean, I've got a little video that talks about this. It's a pretty old video, but give it a look. You basically want to figure out which role you want to do in cybersecurity first, and then depending on what role you want to do, you can decide on what your training is going to be. Coming from an IT background, it's going to be beneficial in most roles. I think the beginners, OSCP or CEH is the best. OSCP for beginners is, I wouldn't recommend that. Well, I mean, it also depends on what kind of role you want to do in cybersecurity. If you want to get into like pen testing, especially if you want to get into network pen testing with Active Directory, Windows stuff, then like OSCP might be the way to go about it. But there's a lot of different things you could be doing. Okay, let's go back. So packet format, sure, connect, all this good stuff. IoT, MEQ, TT ecosystem attacks, plain text brokers, and topic ACL bypass, sure. Okay, so Camel Boudor. Does an electronics and IA student, so IA, I'm not too sure what it refers to. Is it a type of technology? Not AI, not intelligent automation? Is that what you're talking about? So you're talking about electronics. So I mean, electronics, there's a definite overlap between electronics and like hardware hacking. It's less, maybe a little bit less relevant when you're talking about software stuff. So, okay, music video says, I'm from Burma? Burma, okay. Country's not in a good situation. Okay. Ah, okay. So, if you want to become a pen tester, you say that you're studying Linux file processes and bash stuff? So Vanch asks, how much time is required to get at the same level as you know, knowing Linux basics and mastered C and PHP language, know some networking basics? If you're already very familiar with C and PHP, then you probably are going to have a much easier time getting into... Well, PHP really gets me thinking about, web app security stuff. So a lot of web app security exercises, especially at like the beginner level, they talk a lot about like PHP applications. So as usual, I would recommend the learning resources over here. So web app hacking is here. And if you say that you know C at a decent level, then you might be more successful at reverse engineering. I've got resources for reverse engineering. If you want to learn about reverse engineering and like binary exploitation, like the best place to go and learn that stuff is probably going to be from Pwn College. I don't cover any Pwn College stuff on my channel because they don't want people to cover their stuff and live stream it or put it on YouTube. But this is probably the best place to learn about reverse engineering and binary hacking. Okay, so let's see. So this is a modified version of this script. Hold on. Maybe we should look at the original GitHub repository here. So these were all these are all from 9 years ago. So a tool for searching IoT MQTT vulnerabilities with Shodan. Oh, this is with Shodan. Huh. So what else do they recommend over here? Okay, so we've got some other tools. MQTT Pwn. Let's take a look at that. So Vanch says, I heard reverse engineering is the bottom of the iceberg of cybersecurity. Bottom of the iceberg. I'm sure you understand the concept of reverse engineering if you've been studying like C programming languages for a while. Hold on. Okay, so picking a specialization. In cybersecurity, what I recommend is, try EchoCTF. So EchoCTF has a lot of different cybersecurity challenges in different categories. I'll give you the link, EchoCTF.org. What I would do is I would sign up for the website. I would try a few challenges in the different categories. Like the typical categories. Exercises in all of the typical categories of CTFs. There's going to be cryptography. There's going to be web hacking, reverse engineering. There's going to be binary hacking and forensics, digital forensics. Give all of these types of challenges a try and figure out which one you like the best. Okay, Sigfald says if you've mastered C, then reverse engineering is essentially the same thing. There's a lot of, beginners reverse engineering challenges it involves taking apart a lot of like C compiled binaries, usually in x86. Okay, Vanch the Beast says I'm primarily a PHP dev. Done a few internships, but I've just done C for college projects like File Manager, and I remember an employee management system. I mean, if the majority of your experience has been with PHP development, then looking into web app security, web app hacking, stuff like that, it's probably going to be a lot easier for you to get into than some other specializations. Savage says I recommend the Dragon Book. The Dragon Book. So Matthew says, is Rust hackable? I've heard that Rust is a lot better about handling memory than other programming languages. But I mean, I don't think any programming language is unhackable. It really depends on like the way you use the language. There are secure ways to program in all languages. I think Rust should provide you with like a much safer way to handle memory. So heap buffer overflows and stack of buffer overflows should be a lot less common when you're programming using Rust. Or at least that's what I would assume. Okay, where was that tool? So MQTT exploit, great. So a tool for searching IOT MQTT vulnerabilities with Showdown still, huh? Capturing MQTT data from vulnerable hosts. Considerations. Okay, you can change the capture time. You need to change the Showdown API key variable. I mean, we're not going to be using Showdown for our stuff. Okay, so which distribution are you using? It looks classic. I mean, this is Kali Linux. Kali Linux is a very popular, what was it? Kali Linux is a Debian-based Linux distribution that has a bunch of security tools installed on it. It's not the only distribution that you can do security stuff with, but it is the most popular. Savage says it's a publication explaining how compilers work, and you can understand how everything is at a low level. Koibo, hello, nice to see you. Are you using Kali as a VM? Kali is best. Well, I mean, Kali is very convenient, and I use Kali because I don't want to go around looking for different security tools to install. But yeah, this is a Kali VM. It's a virtual machine. Maddox says Black Arch, okay. And is C++ best for reverse engineering? Is C++ best for reverse engineering? It's C++ is best for reversing C++. Whatever. I mean, if you want to get into, where is it? If you're talking about reverse engineering, you know the language. How do you spell language? There you go. So that means if you want to reverse C++, no C++. If you want to reverse Java, no Java, etc., etc. Okay, so I too have Kali, but your Kali looks a lot different, especially the taskbar. The taskbar? I mean, I'm using the... I think I'm using the 2025 version of Kali, I don't know if they've updated the thing since in the rolling release. Oh, I think I've got my fast fetch over here. So this is okay. Let's pull it up. I'm using the Kali Dark theme. I'll just leave this on screen for a little bit if you want to take a look at the settings. Okay, that's about enough time. Okay, so a tool for search, IOT, MQTT, vulnerable. Okay, yeah. So we also have the typical like clients that are used with Mosquito. Okay, you have bad OPSEC. I have bad OPSEC. You're one CVE away from being de-anonymized. Wait. So you think you're gonna get me on my Kali kernel that is run on VirtualBox? They can identify VirtualBox specific artifacts in memory or through side channel analysis. Do you realize that? Is it easy to do? Are you gonna hack me in 30 minutes? Oh, okay. You lack intelligence. Do you realize that? I mean, there's OPSEC. If you 20 minutes away, yeah, I guess so. So DTUT, I don't know what to say. I guess I'm very bad at OPSEC. Okay, even VMs and VPSs have unique fingerprints. I mean, do you get them? Am I displaying my unique fingerprint here? Listen, DTUT, I'll make it easy for you, okay? I'll just hide you from my channel, and then I never need to see a message from you ever again. Okay, thanks. Alright, we've got an ad on Twitch right now, so we're just going to... Debug says, I wish DTUT would try to dox me, I'm so bored. I don't know. Coming into a person's channel and then, calling them names, I don't know about that. Anyways, let's put on the birds. I love my birds. And... hopefully this one's good. Just a second. So this is Memories of the Summer. Where is the bird? Here we go. Okay, we'll be back in about 45 seconds. Enjoy the music and enjoy the birds. Okay, so Persona Management says haters be getting mad. that we're about to take their job soon. I don't know about that. I don't know. I'm not here to steal anybody's job. I'm just here to help people get into cybersecurity. Okay, so I mean, Mosquito clients. Let's see, Mosquito clients test topic. Subscribe. I mean, what I really want to do is I would like to get a Python script that does all the enumeration for me. The AI overlords. Those who know the least always have the most to say. I mean, listen, should I be concerned? Okay, so I'm running this version of VirtualBox over here. If this version of VirtualBox had like some sort of known vulnerability, then they would need to break into my... They would need to have access to my network. And then... I mean, there's like 3 or 4 different steps I need to make myself completely vulnerable to actually get compromised. Can you try to focus up? I want to see how you approach this problem. Okay. So we're trying to do, like IoT hacking stuff. So we would like to do, some brute forcing. We'd like to do some, to run like an enumeration script. Okay, so let's see. Maybe we will try to use this tool then. Vulnerability like that would be more like an act of war, and it would be patched within a day. Okay, so this is Python MQTT client shell. Sure. So let's copy the stuff. Well, I mean, you'd have to run some sort of 0 day, and nobody's like what 6364 says. They're probably nobody's gonna waste a 0 day hacking me, or at least they shouldn't. They're not gonna get very much out of me versus like any other use. Okay, let's clone this repository. And then, can we run the script here? So we've been talking about this for a while. I just need to check up on my TryHackMe machine to make sure it's not expiring anytime soon. And we still have an hour or so. Okay, so let's see. They're talking about an adversarial threat model. VirtualBox is not secure from your host. It's service level, but if your threat model is the feds, well, I mean, if the feds really want to hack me, they'll probably find a way. My threat model doesn't include the feds. You can't be that paranoid. I mean, you could be that paranoid. Don't know if it really benefits you very much. Okay, so welcome to the MQTT client shell. Great. So how do we use the tool? Okay, as an example, if you use a Windows VM for public use or a Debian VM for private use, the Unix VM will be anonymous use. Some levels are too high to worry about. It's a type 2 hypervisor. Okay, so HF says, that's why you use the QEMU KVM with the virtual manager. Open source hypervisor, Hitch. So you can use QEMU or QVM hypervisor to virtualize 3 VMs. I mean, I suppose... I mean, I don't really use like virtual machines inside of... Well, I don't use virtual machines inside of other virtual machines as like a base. But I suppose some people could. Okay, so they say if you understand the network, you understand cybersecurity. Is that true? I mean, understanding how computer network data moves around, it's certainly going to help. It's certainly going to help people understand cybersecurity, sure. Okay, the purpose of the utility is to provide a text console-based interactive shell for exercising various tasks associated with MQTT client communications. Getting started. Dependencies. Thank you very much. Slyborg has rated with a party of 40. Thank you very much, Slyborg. Jeez. VirtualBox doesn't offer hardware isolation like QEMU or KVM. I mean, it's probably something I need to look into in the future, but thank you very much for bringing that to my attention, HF. Okay, thank you very much, Slyborg Raiders. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. And let's give a shout out to our good friend Slyborg. /shoutout. Slyborg? There you go. So everybody, if you're interested in learning, and doing gaming stuff, Slyborg is a really great channel. Slyborg, what were you up to today? If you're looking for other great people who do InfoSec stuff, then you want to look on this list right over here. It's called infosecstreams.com. JK, I have tons of points to spend. Awesome, thank you. Thank you for your... Just did Golang stuff, back to hacking tomorrow. Oh, Golang, yeah, awesome. Okay, Savage says this is actually why KVM is used by web hosting providers. Well, I mean, the problem is that I'm very used to using VirtualBox. I wonder if VirtualBox is going to up their security game, or if I need to switch over to another hypervisor software. But hey, welcome in, Raiders. My name is the Shy Hat. I do all sorts of hacking stuff. I've got a whole schedule that I publish over here. Over at Reddit. We also have a Discord. You don't have a threat model, it doesn't matter. I mean, the thing is if somebody is dedicated enough to break into my into my network, then they're probably plenty capable. But I shouldn't just, throw my hands up in the air and give up. I should probably investigate this. Be a little bit more security conscious. Bit, hello, nice to see you over here. Search CVE 2018 something. Sure, I'll take a look. Bit008, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so what is this vulnerability? Vulnerability in Oracle VM VirtualBox component. Supported versions that are affected are prior to 5.1, 3.6, and prior to 5.2. I mean, if your VirtualBox is up to date, then this, then you're not vulnerable to this. And this was published back in 2018. So I'm pretty sure that everybody should have a version of VirtualBox that's not vulnerable to this anymore. But of course, people don't patch, people don't update their software, so... You can also search CVE 2021. It's, I'm assuming that this is another VirtualBox CVE. There's still documented vulnerabilities. I mean, the thing is that you should be keeping your software up to date if it's something that's that could potentially be used as something to attack something on your network. Okay, they can deliver host escape malware and pivot into your main OS. Here's the thing. We all have threat modeling, right? And okay, so HF is talking about threat modeling, and threat modeling is basically what your willing to accept and what you're not willing to accept, as well as threat modeling. What do you think is... what is the word? Likely dangers to your... most of the time they're talking about organizations, but in this case we're talking about personal threat modeling. Are you willing to accept that? Well, are you protected against what your threat model includes? If not, you need to secure yourself against those threats. Identify critical information, analyze threats, etc., etc. I mean, most people don't have a threat model, but it's usually find it inside of like large organizations. They do threat modeling to figure out how much they need to spend on cybersecurity. Okay, so Savage says malware written for Linux is normally targeted for servers. This one only has one flag. Oh yeah. We're talking about we're still talking about TryHackMe. So the TryHackMe machine only has one flag. We were trying to figure out our tooling first. Okay, do I think it's hackers? I don't think... I mean, I don't expose... Threat modeling also has to... It really depends on whether... Okay, there's threat modeling, there's also... Yeah, okay, this falls under threat modeling as well. So threat modeling is affected by the network services you expose. So I mean, in my personal threat modeling case, I don't expose any services. So everything is outbound. Nothing can come and, you know, communicate. Well, they can knock on my router, I suppose, but like it's not going to accept anything. Okay, live is controlled. Let's see. Wait, what do we got here? Okay, so HF says your threat model should determine your OPSEC posture, and if you're facing a high-risk situation using privacy-focused operating system like Tails OS. Abel Mamond says this is Greek prank fake. What are we talking about? You think is hacker, but he is not. He used the fake website. I mean, the live is controlled by Fib, and he is lying. What? And he don't know how to code. Bro, he is not real. Oh, man. Okay. Well, listen. You can go away. Okay, Eric says, lock in, man. I already solved it. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to keep up with chat. We're having a conversation about threat modeling and whether or not I'm exposing myself to hacks and stuff like that. Anyways, let's stop talking about threat modeling and stuff. I come to the conclusion that I'm okay. I'm okay, like doing the stuff I'm doing right now. I should probably do more, but bro, what is Greek prank? I don't know. I don't know what the guy was talking about. But if you've got if you've got enough people watching you on the internet, you're gonna have some people with very loud opinions. Okay, you could use MQTT Explorer. Lets you skip the code part. Okay. Sorry, we're looking for a tool. Okay, how to bypass Cisco? It blocks everything in my company laptop. I don't have a admin Windows account. I mean, I don't I don't know if I can help you there, man. Your company probably wants to keep that stuff. Wants to keep the Cisco firewall there for a reason. Itchyovensky says, I will come back for your next live stream when I come back again. I'll learn many topics. Thank you for your work. Thank you very much, Itchyovensky. Just connect to a VPS. Connect to a VPS to keep yourself safe. I mean, I suppose if you really wanted to stay safe, you could do everything through a VPN. Well, the VPN, it doesn't make everything completely safe. It does add like a layer, I suppose. The blocks are really unnecessary ones. You can bypass it. What are you talking about? Okay, so Eric was talking about finishing the thing. So MQTT Explorer. That's another tool. Bitwolf says, opinions are like buttholes. Everybody has one. I mean, the last part of that is that they all stink. I don't know about that, but found it on Google. I mean, I think we're looking at the same thing. So the view of the project on GitHub. So I actually think that MQ, like Internet of Things devices, are an interesting thing to take a look at. And that's why I'm doing these rooms. So all this week we're going to be doing some MQTT stuff. So today we're doing bugged. There's another one we're going to be doing on Wednesday. And then there's going to be an extra one that we're doing on Friday as well. So they all involve MQTT stuff. Eric says you haven't lived until you BGP hijack to de-anonymize somebody on a VPN, but come on, lock in. So Bit says MQTT, that's my area. Let's see, I'm from another field. I wanted to learn cybersecurity and ethical hacking. Is it possible to learn? Yeah, I mean, anything's possible to learn if you look into it. If you're coming from like a non-tech background, this is where you want to start. Okay, so this Explorer, the app has moved to mqttexplorer.com. Okay, so it's an easy, comprehensive, easy to use MQTT client. Downloads can be found at the link above. Click start with code spaces. So the most basic thing you can do is there's like a very simple client tool as well. Youngie Hora says, can you do soup decode THM room right now? I think I've solved that one. I think I've solved that one before. Hold on. Let me see if I've got the write-up. No, not this one. So TryHackMe. Yeah, this one right here. So I've got a write-up here. if you want to take a look. I think I did that one a few months ago. Okay, I really do want to strategy. So where do you want to start? Well, I mean, I'm not here to be anybody's mentor or anything, but I listed some starting links up there talking about like IT topics, the A+ certification, then the Network Plus certification. That'll get you prepped. So there's another, like there's a video that I made as well. Called Getting into Cybersecurity. Let's see if I can pull it up. I should sell a course. I mean, I don't know about selling. Everything I do is free. I could make a course, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that anytime soon. Okay, we're looking into this thing. I don't know if the install process is going to be complicated for this. I probably want to use the thing I'm using right now because I've already got. Okay, so there's an app on the roadside, probably easier. You just need to run chmod plus X and then run it. I mean, we're running it from. We're already running like this Python script. Maybe we'll try using the Python script first. So this one is called the MQTT client shell. This one. Okay, getting started, running. Okay, basic usage. From the main shell, the connection command takes you to the connection shell. Sample session. So below is a sample session showing the basics connecting to the MQTT server, subscribing to all the topics, and then publishing a message. To clarify, once the program was started, the following commands entered in succession provided the sample session. So logging on, connection, logging off, connection, connect, subscribe, publish. So we need to log off first? Where do we... Okay. The question is, where do we supply... Where do we supply the IP address? Can you compile from the source? Can't trust it, of course not. Okay, upon program startup, this is the shell. In addition to the global commands, the following commands are enabled. So client ID. The ID is not supplied, then the default ID that was established on program startup is used. Hold on. Let's get out of here. So are we supposed to supply the IP address and stuff in the script? It's a pretty long script. Yeah, log off first. Okay. Okay, so how much longer are we going to go? We're probably going to go for another 40 minutes. Let me set that up on the clock. Hopefully we can complete the exercise in the next 40 minutes or so. We got a bit sidetracked by some other stuff. So do bind address, set the IP address of the local network interface to bind the client to. Okay. Let's just RTFM. So horizontal protocol frontier says, I made a cyber deck that's based off of Bumblebee. I haven't investigated cyber decks very much. They look like very cool tech. Thanks for adding 40 minutes. I just joined the stream. Hi, Henky. Nice to see you here. Okay, after the command connection, you just do host IP and then continue with the README. Oh, okay. So let's follow the thing. So it's logging off, and then connection, host, and then supply the IP address. Okay, so connection arguments, host, port, keep alive. Okay, so we've got the stuff working here. So Ojosh Washadilia? I'm not too sure how to pronounce your name. Where do I learn hacking? Where do I learn hacking? I mean, what do you already know? So now do connection. So connect. So connected. We got subscriptions, we got all this stuff. Let's take a look at the guide. So the guide was talking about subscribing to all the topics. Sorry, I've got too many. This is the MQTT client shell, right? Yeah, okay. Those sample sessions, so connection, connect, subscribe, hash. So subscribe hash is going to subscribe to everything. Subscribe. Okay, so we're getting messages now. So now that we're getting messages, we can look through the messages. So we got payload string, binary ID, okay. So string binary ID, something, color purple, status off, over and over again. So message received, topic, kitchen toaster. So these are appliances. Okay, so let's see. Ojosh says, I don't really know anything about hacking right now. I want to hack into Roblox accounts. I don't think I can help you hack into Roblox accounts because we don't do illegal stuff here. But if you want to learn, hacking stuff in general, start learning about technology in general. Starter pack. Okay, Guybrush Threepwood says, I thought I could get free Robux. And Matthew says, why not just hack into the NSA while you're at it? Well, I mean, I guess some people could. It's not what I choose to do. All right, playing some new music, and then we can continue. So what is the best way to learn hacking or learn cybersecurity? I mean, I just included like the starter pack links. Teach yourself about basic IT topics first, and then computer technology. Sorry, not computer technology, computer networking. So after you've got some basics of computer networking, then you can decide where you want to go from there. Okay, color purple, status off. Okay, we've got our thermostat stuff. So in use false, temperature, toast time. Is this still the toaster? Okay, so storage, thermostat, QoS payload. So we got a payload in hex. So we got hexadecimal stuff from the front deck camera, and we've got more hexadecimal stuff. I mean, this is probably one of the flags, because we got hexadecimal. We could probably translate this on, I don't know, what is it called? CyberChef. Can we ask a question? Do we need to connect a toaster to the internet? Some people need to connect a toaster to the internet. I mean, not me, but... From hex. Okay, so we got ID equals this. Y-axis, movement false. So this is the security camera, right? Let's take a look at some of these other payloads. So these are hex. Can you tell me how I make AI? I don't think... I mean, most people don't... Most people use AI, they don't create it. It's not really... it's not really part of the standard cybersecurity curriculum to make AI. Okay, so we're receiving all of these messages here. So we got patio lights, we've got toasters, we got thermostats, we've got like every type of appliance possible. We got the front deck camera, we got the kitchen toaster. I'm pretty sure one of these is going to be the flag we're looking for. Okay, so let's see. I thought you knew something. Hacking cool things. What are we talking about? Believe it or not, you can actually run your own uncensored language models for your own purposes. Well, I mean, that's somebody else's AI, of course. It's not really making AI. The person was talking about making AI. Maybe sending a command like help may be useful. I just want to try decoding a few more of these payloads, and then after that, we'll see if there's anything on, well, what the next steps are going to be. Okay, so that's still the toaster. Oh, wow. I think this is our flag. We've got some really big... I mean, this is base 64. This is a base 64 message. Hold on. So we would like echo it out and then pipe it into base 64 decode. Oh, registered commands, help command system. That does look like something. But before we investigate this, we should probably isolate this. Where is it? So this one right here. But what device was this from? That has a CMD, you can publish a topic, boom, that's a vulnerability. So for all these rooms, you download everything From it to the VM? No, I mean the VM is working on the TryHackMe site. So I mean if you wanted to try out the challenge we're doing right now, this is the link. Okay, Savage says make a script and pipe into the JSON parser. We've got, just a second, I want to take a look at this last hexadecimal payload, because this one's really big, and this is received from the patio lights. Oh, okay. So the hexadecimal payload decodes into a base64 payload. So from base64. We got pub topic, subtopic, registered commands, help command sys. So we want to publish something to run the command, right? So help command sys. We can also try just giving the help command first. So this was message received from the patio lights. So the patio lights, was the other one from the patio lights? Oh, these are both from the patio lights. Okay, so how do we publish then? So we would do publish test a hello world exit exit exit. So where do they do the publishing? So subscribe to everything. Publish test a hello world. Publish topic message. Public topic message. Okay. I mean, I'm just man, I think I need to unsubscribe because this is going on too long. Where's the unsubscribe button? Because I can't parse this stuff. Okay, so Henke says that's the URL to publish. I think the payload must be JSON or base64 encoded. You probably need to subscribe to the subtopic that is on the payload or get out from the commands. Randolph Stokes says totally unnecessary. What are we talking about? We don't need to unsubscribe? So this is the front deck. This is the front deck camera, right? Copy. Okay. This message is from so this is the topic, this is the payload. So I think we need to subscribe to this topic. Thank you very much, Isung Won. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, we'll try to just subscribe to that one thing. Subscribe. So we should be subscribed now, which means we'll receive something from it every once in a while. I'm not too sure how often they actually publish. Okay, so we're actually getting something from that topic. Let's record this. So this is the name of the thing. We want to send a message, right? So it's publish URL topic, and then CMD. Don't forget to base in 64 encode the JSON. Okay, I'll give it a try, Hinky. Thank you. So publish and then the topic, and then the payload. So the payload is here. Client shell. So echo this out. And then, yeah, okay, so echo it out and then base64 encode it. So we just need to send this as the payload. Okay, so just need to, so publish, and then this place, and then the payload. Let's do that. Wouldn't linpeas have an enumeration script for MQTT? No, I don't think it would. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Wendy. Much appreciated. So Jungi asks, Kali or Parrot for a beginner should try out, what was it, Hexstrike AI? I've never heard of that one. But, I mean, I recommend Kali Linux for students getting into cybersecurity, mostly because Kali is the most popular, is the more popular distribution. Okay, so let's go over to the client shell. We'll paste this in. Okay, we sent that off, so let's see if we receive like something back in return. Cypher asks, how would I keep my laptop safe from bread attacks? That's the hex. Okay, so let's we got something back in hexadecimal. Let's go back here and then get the from hex. Registered commands help cmd sys. Help cmd sys. Okay, so maybe it was the wrong payload. So cmd id. So ID here, registered commands, pub topic, subtopic. Okay, so let's see. Cypher says, people come in the house and put bread on my laptop while I sleep. That sounds suspicious. So Bit says, I think you need to sub and then publish to the topics that are described in the payload. Sub and then, oh, okay. So check on the thing above it. So we got. So this is the hex. This is the base 64. So I mean, let's let's just try echoing this out to see if it's a different message. Okay. So I mean, we've got a subtopic as well, so maybe we should publish to this subtopic instead. Subscribe to this thing. And we can unsubscribe to the other thing. So we got our subscriptions over here. We got 2 of them. Thank you very much for subscribing, Ryan. So 2 windows, one to publish and the other one to subscribe. I think you need to, on the payload you send, it's return the hex. So this is, I think this is this the same message? So this message here, yeah, so the hex is the base64 message. And then you need to decode from base64 as well. Do we need to encode as hex? We need to open another terminal. I guess we could. Okay, and then we'll just do the same thing up here. Okay. So we need to do the same stuff we did in the other thing. It's like logging off something something. Logging off connection connect. And we need to set an IP address. Okay, so host this thing. Thank you very much for subscribing, Albert. And Subaru, hello, nice to see you here. Thanks for opening live stream for free. Some people want to learn, but they're from a poor background. Yeah, I mean, I'm here to help everybody out, if I can. Let's see, something in the machine is publishing that on a loop. So, I mean, we've got our subscription to this topic over here. So we also have this subtopic. So the config topic, we've got maybe we need to publish to the subtopic. So the command would be something like publish, and then the subtopic, and the subtopic is over here, and then the command. So let's, if we're doing command ID, we could send this payload here. Unknown syntax. Unknown syntax. What did I do wrong? So it's publish and then... Do we need to subscribe first before we publish? Oh, I was missing some quotes. Okay, let's put in some quotes. So it still says unknown syntax. You need to publish on the pub topic, not the subtopic. So the public topic is this one. So this is the public topic. I mean, it's essentially this right here. Sorry, where were we supposed to have some quotes? Yeah, it still says unknown syntax. There is on the encoded base64. Find it. Oh, in the base64 message that you found. Okay, so this is from hex and then from base64. So ID. Oh, wait. Did we actually get a response? So okay. If this is accurate, right? You need to connect. Oh yeah, right. We're not connected. Connect. Okay. Did they give us an error message that time? So we did the publish and we didn't get an error that time. I suppose we also need to subscribe. So all this stuff. I think you need to publish to that pub topic and responses come back on the subtopic. Okay. So we just need to encode some more commands. So instead of command ID, we'll do command ls instead. Okay, and then go back to our shell, and we'll publish that command instead. And what are we receiving here? So that we're looking for the stuff from the subtopic. The owner of bread. Wrong topic. Is that the wrong topic? So this is the config topic. Are we supposed to be publishing to the subtopic instead? Go back. What's your favorite language? So ID. So, I mean, you need to publish to the subtopic described on the message that you got. Okay, so the subtopic is... You need to publish to the subtopic. Oh, okay. I'm getting mixed messages. Sorry, let me get the subtopic. This is the subtopic here. Publish to the public topic. So the public topic is here. I mean, we're already publishing to the public topic. Samarth, hello, nice to see you here. Thank you very much for the subscription. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've always been publishing to this. Oh, it's not the same one. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's not the same one. Okay, so we publish there. And then the shell. Do we get new stuff? So ID, okay, registered commands, subtopic. On the right window, subscribe to the subtopic. So the subtopic is here. Okay, so we're subscribed to this to the subtopic here. Let's see if we get a message. On the right window, subscribe to the subtopic. I think we're already subscribed. So this is XD2. Yeah, we're already subscribed to the subtopic here. Republish now. And thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Samuel. Thank you very much. Okay, republish now. Okay, so... Oh no, we want to be subscribed to the pub topic. Where's the pub topic? Do we publish to the subtopic, or do we... Or do we publish to the subtopic? I don't know. Where's our public topic? Subscribe here. Okay, thank you very much. Wanna be yours for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're subscribed over here, but we're not getting anything. We publish to the pub and listen to the sub. Are we... We've got subscriptions to both the public and the sub. Alright, let's grab this. I don't think anything's being updated here. Let's go back. So registered commands. We get this for ID. I don't know if we have the right payload. Okay, so how do you read the program? How do you read the program? I mean, I think we need to base 64 encode everything. Where'd the command ls come from? Well, I mean, we encoded it over here. So echo command ls into base 64, and then we sent this off. Did we send it off? Yeah. So command equals ls, or I'm not too sure if we have to just base 64 encode it, or if we also need to hex encode this, because it seems like it's double encoded. This is what keeps on coming back to us. Heliana Mooney, hello, nice to see you here. Let's see, what are the tools that you have? So we're using... Well, we're hacking MQTT, which is like Internet of Things. Internet of Things protocol, but we're currently using like Kali Linux, which has a bunch of security tools on it. Looks solid. So I think what we want to do is we just want to get the help command. So what we want to figure out first is if we can actually send a command. So we just want to send like help. And hopefully we can get something back. So we publish to the public. And we listen on the sub. If I watch enough of these, I'll be able to hack my credit card and zero out the debt. I don't know if that's true, but I appreciate people watching all the same. Try the other way around. So try to decode, that's the hex. So I wonder if Eric is still here. So Eric was very keen on getting this done. If you got it done, maybe you can give us a little hint on what we're doing wrong. Now, subscribe to the pub and then publish to the sub. Publish to the sub. So we're publishing to the public thing right now, right? If we want to publish to the sub, then we need to get the sub. Hold on, where is it? So the subtopic is here. What room is this? This is, what is it called? I think it's called bugged. Okay, and it's over here on TryHackMe, if you want to check it out. Okay, let's go back. So we got something, right? We got our hex payload back. Let's just copy that. And then over here, decode it. Invalid invalid message format. Format base64 ID backdoor ID command argument. What? ID backdoor ID. Well, I mean, it's good that we were able to get this back. You're very close. Yeah, it seems like it. Argument. So command argument backdoor ID. So we've got. All right, let's. We're getting pretty close. So looking for something like. So they want the ID, the command. The ID, the command, and the argument. Let's go back. Yeah, just like this. Just like this. Okay, I'm in the wrong pub for pub. And Haxer Lemur, hello, nice to see you here, and thank you very much. Do you have any recommendations for beginner hacking? Yeah, just check out the starter pack. Okay, let's just put it all up in here. Okay, and finally base64 it. So we need the ID of the thing. The command is going to be, I don't know, let's just make the command who am I. arguments none, and the ID number of the backdoor ID is this thing, right? Okay, we're very close to finishing. Hopefully we can get this done in a couple minutes. Okay, grab this. Publish this thing. We just need to paste in our own payload here. Okay, we got a new thing. Let's take a look. Base64 WO? Yeah, maybe. Maybe there's something in the way there. Invalid message format. Okay, let's do it again. So Base64 WO. That's a good catch, Henky. Thank you. Okay. All right. So we sent the message. Let's see what we got back. Okay, so response invalid command. So it looks like it's the right format, but we didn't get the... This is StarCraft. Sick in the mind, this is StarCraft. StarCraft 2. Very close. Okay, so let's create a new command. So we got who am I, command, argument. Let's just do lsla. It's telling you need to base 64. It's telling you need to base 64 encode it. Just try to sending an ls. I mean, So command equals ls. It's WoW. It's WoW? I mean, it's StarCraft. It's, I mean, it's related. They're both games made by Blizzard. Oh, CMD arg ls. Is that how they're doing it? CMD. Okay, let's give it a try. ls is not a supported command. I think it's going to be CMD equals CMD. Okay, well, let's see. All right. Now we're cooking. I think paste it in. And what do we get? Payload not specified. Wait. Oh, okay. Paste it in. We got something back. Okay, let's see what's here. We got flag.txt in here. Okay. Well, I mean, the last thing we need to do is just make a cat command. Cat flag.txt. Huge. Hopefully. Hopefully huge. Now try a little cat. Try a little cat. Okay. You are a real... Well, I mean, if you've never done this before, it's going to be some... there's going to be some growing pains. Okay, we got our payload. You got our flag. Awesome. Okay. So we managed to hack the MQTT and send custom commands. That's nice. Flag, bam. Done. So yeah, Heliana Mooney says, "Sir, talk to me tougher and tell me you'll hack me." Tell me you'll hack me? I don't know if I'm not here to hack anybody. I'm here to teach about stuff. Segfall says, "It says it's easy, but IoT and MQTT is so new for a lot of people, so I would say it's hard." I mean, gee, I mean, it's the important thing is that you learn, right? So the next time we do one of these MQTT exercises, we have a rough idea what to do. We've got 2 more MQTT exercises coming up on Wednesday and on Friday, and hopefully by the time we get to Friday, this will not be such a big issue anymore. Thank you very much to everybody for helping out. Let's see, good hackers like Eric and Segfaults and Bit008. Thank you very much for all your help, and Henky Lodwig as well. Much appreciated. And thank you very much for the subscription, Rudra Mahata. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, the important thing is that you take notes when you do exercises like this, so that if you ever encounter something kind of similar, then you'll have like a rough idea what you're supposed to be doing. The important thing is that you learn from the experience. I don't understand why the sub and the pub topics were switched. Okay, Winter Blue Frost. How can I strat learn hack? Strategically learn hacking? Okay, so maybe I should start. Yeah, you should start. I've got a bunch of YouTube playlists over here. Start to learn hacking. Okay. I mean, we've got the list over here. I've got like a really old video on like getting into cybersecurity 2 that I can pass off to everybody. Did you stream the what Origins? Hopper Origins. Oh yeah. I think I streamed some of the first room. No, Hopper Origins is like a different one, right? So let's see, how to get into cyber. This one over here. If you're new to cybersecurity topics, or if you're thinking about getting into cybersecurity, learning it, check out the video here. It'll talk about all the different decisions you have to make when you first start off, and maybe some strategies as well. Anyways, we should probably think about getting going. So this is just the first live stream of the week. It is Monday, but we're also going to be doing one on Wednesday and on Friday as well. So on Wednesday, we're going to be talking about, we're going to be playing The Farmer Was Replaced, everybody's favorite Python game. We're also going to be doing some demonstrations. We're going to be learning about some server-side template injection over at Portswigger, and we're going to be doing another MQTT room called TryHackMe Broker. So please stay tuned for that on Wednesday. We're going to be streaming at the same time that we did today, and thank you very much for tuning in today. So Omar says, what do you think about Delphi or Pascal? Those are both kind of like old languages. Not too sure what to think about those. So what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to pass ourselves off to some cool people who also do InfoSec streams over at the infosecstreams.com website. Okay, so your cyber doctor is streaming right now. So your cyber doctor is another person who's learning about cybersecurity, and yeah, we're gonna go and raid into that channel. Raid. Oh, they're playing the Farmer Was Replaced game. Awesome. Okay, so everybody, when you arrive on the channel, if you could give this message right here. Let's see. OS Frog. Hip Hop Hack. OS Frog. I would really appreciate it. So, like I said, we're going to be back on Wednesday. Everybody have a great week, and hopefully we can see each other again on Wednesday. HackerFrogs out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.